Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? I hope you are well. Hope you all had an awesome weekend. Mine was pretty good, actually. Although I have managed to somehow randomly hurt my hand, and I have no idea how I did it. But other than that, it was pretty good. I haven't done a great deal on here, or anything, in fact, on here since last stream, so there's not a lot to show in terms of new stuff. We did end the stream last week just starting to work on modern industrialization. And that's what we're going to be doing today as well. And probably for the next few days. We're not treating this as just something that to do to get the star. I want to kind of like dig into the mod a little bit, and so try give it a bit more of a chance than I have in the past, and kind of get to know it a little bit. Which is why I'm also going to be doing a lot of the stuff using as much of modern industrialization as I can, rather than kind of cheesing bits and pieces in other ways. Which is generally something you can do in the older mods packs. So we are going to be doing a little bit more. What on earth is that in the map? I don't. Oh, it's the tree. I was wondering what I saw all these like random green bits on the map over to the southeast. I had no idea what that was. Anyway, but yeah, as you can see, we haven't been on. We're still up to 734,000 nether stars, which is not a huge amount, but it's a start. Anyway. Oh yeah, this is still happening as well. I always end up in the middle of my glass floor first time I come in here. Because for some reason it does not save the spawn point that you set on reload. Anyway, we got as far as setting this up. We got a few steel boilers. I think the steel boilers... We might have gone slightly overboard with the steel boilers. Honestly. They produce enough for 16 EU's worth of steam, so that's what? 128 EU here. EU's worth of steam, should I say. And then we started setting up little contraptions for making various things like the plates, the bendy plates, the large plates. I'm going to finish setting stuff like this up for the basic components that we're going to need. So things like, so we've got the plates, the bendy plates. They're not called bendy plates. I'm not sure what they're called, but they look like bendy plates. Curved plates. There we go. Close enough. We got those. So I think this one is, yeah, that's producing rods for us. Let me grab a few other signs. That's producing rods. The other things we're probably going to need to produce in like reasonable quantities, I guess, are going to be what? Let's just look at like bronze stuff. So bolts, we're definitely going to need. I'm assuming rings are something we're going to need. Rotors? Okay, we'll have to use the assemblers for rotors, but bronze... Okay, could we get this doing the bronze blades? I don't think we need to worry about doing the bronze blades, honestly. I don't know, though, maybe? I guess it can't hurt to do that. I guess we could just set it up. Because it would be nice to be able to set this up to produce these, just put the raw materials in and have it produce what we want. So for this, we'd have to have something for making the curved plates, the bronze ones. I think we'll just do the blades. We'll have a packer just set up that we can just put the stuff in that we need. And that's probably going to be the way to go that. But we do still need to get the bolts. So we need another cutting machine for that. We need a way of getting the lubricant into here as well, actually. Into these machines. I know we can have multiple pipes in one block space, but we can color the pipes. Can we color them like in place? Like, can we? Are they're kind of like spray cans or anything like that? That we can do this with. or do we have to colour them before we place them? By the looks of it, we have to colour them before we place them. Swag, how you doing? BST is now here. Yeah, your clocks went back over the weekend, didn't they? Or forwards. I can never remember which way it is. Forwards, I think, right? I never remember. Alpaca block template. Wait, what the... Huh, okay. It went forwards yesterday. Okay, so it is forwards. I did at least vaguely remember that. No, it looks like we have to do these in place, like in the crafting grid. We can get a pipe config card, though, which would be quite nice. Normally you forgot to do your clocks before you went to bed. Don't most clocks nowadays, like, auto update? Oh, another thing we do now have, much to I'm sure some people's annoyance, we do now have create in all the mods 10. We are going to play around with this because there's a whole bunch of new stuff that I want to play with. But we're not going to do it till after we get through the modern industrialization stuff. Right, okay, so we need to get bolts and we need to get rings. So bolts, we basically need to have lubricant going in, and then bronze rods, so cutting machine. So basically we need 2 cutting machines, one to do the rods, one to do the, cut them again into bolts. And then for the bronze, well, for the rings rather, we just need a cutting machine to do the rods, and then a bending machine to do the, rings. Now, I have been looking at this and thinking, like, is it, because I noticed something that a slight mess up that I made last stream. In that, when I was doing like the curved plates, I used 2 compressors rather than a compressor and a bending machine. Although, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Because it is quicker for the bending machine to turn a plate into a curved plate. It's twice as quick as the compressor, but the problem is the compressor still takes 5 seconds. So if we've got one compressor going into another one, then it's gonna be the same amount of time regardless. Like there's not gonna be any idle time for the machine, for the bending machine, or the second compressor in this case. So there's not much point in worrying about the bending machines yet, not with this setup at least. So microwave, yeah, that's fair. I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing with a bunch of clocks around our house soon. Guitar Lilin, how are you doing? Anyway, we needed 2 more cutting machines. 3 more cutting machines. 1 for rods, and then 1 for bolts, and then 1 for rods, and then a compressor for the rings. We need 3 cutting machines. I also need a way of making lubricant as well. Wait, can we just go... We can't just go straight to the steel ones. Okay, so what do we need? Also, we did get to make these a little bit easier. I have been playing a little bit of Neotech as well, just to try and get myself... just try and get myself back into to figure out what I'm doing with this. Your Crash your Desktop problem is now under investigation. Hey, at least they're doing something. That's a good sign, right? Alright, so what are we missing from these? The bronze machine casings, which means we need bronze gears. I only need 2 of those, really. But that's fine. Alright, and that... I got 3 of those. I've got 1 there. No, we need to do these to steel. Although we are going to have to upgrade them in place, aren't we? So 2 of those, and then there'll be another one there. And then we need... we can do this with a compressor, right? Yeah, so that's going to take 5 seconds. That's going to take 5 seconds. So yeah, we may as well just use the compressor. Oh, wait, no. No, with this we do want the bending machine. Because we get two rods, don't we, per... we get 2 rods per 5-second craft. So yeah, this one we do want a bending machine. And this one we also cannot craft the steel one straight away. Also set up a WordPress yesterday. Cool. All right. And pipe. Wait, no, there's my pipes. And set all those to output at the bottom. Okay, right. So if we wanted to... How do we want to do this? Because we're going to want to get... what's it called? This stuff, lubricant, into there. So we're going to have to use a mixer, creosote, redstone. I guess 500 millibuckets. How much do we need per thing? 1 millibuckets. Oh, okay. Well, that's really not much at all. So I guess then, first things first, we need to make some of these. These are going to be annoying. We should make a bunch of steel plates. Steel gears are easy enough, at least. Alright, what else do we need? Bronze rotors, which means we need some of those. Let's just... Oh, I apparently already made just a shitload of bronze bolts and everything else already, so... that's fine. Make a bunch of those as well, then. This is, I guess, one of the both upsides and downsides to doing this in an all the mods pack, where like a lot of the resources are already really easy to come by. What am I short on? Pipes. Oh, those are iron pipes. Where are my fluid pipes? There they are. Okay, I did want to double check to make sure I hadn't already made a bunch of steel upgrades. But looks like we're good. There we go. We need 4 of those. Couple of those. Couple of those. Right, I want to see something here. Right, we need to... I'm going to put the... I think I'm going to put the mixer up here. And we're going to just use a dedicated mixer for the lubricant. Can I... Aha, I can do that. Perfect. Right, if I did this... Actually, let's make that a slightly more noticeable color. Hilarious. How are you doing? I still love that emote. So I want to play Ocean Blocks, and now you're testing away. Try and see if you can find what caused the crash. I've got to say, I've been really enjoying Ocean Block as well. It's been surprisingly enjoyable. All right, can I put... Okay, so I can put multiple of the same type of pipe in one block space, provided they are colored. Oh, that's actually quite cool. The way that it spreads them around like that. That's quite cool. I want to set that to out, but we want to filter that for lubricant. Like it too? Your AI waifus make you smile. I mean, and that's the best thing they could ever do, is just make you smile. Smiling is always a good thing. Right, if we just put like half a stack of redstone in there for now. Oh wait, can I oh, I can't limit the amount of fluids I put in though. I can limit the amount of... Okay. I can limit the amount of items, but not fluids. Okay. I was on Almost 10 minutes sun yesterday, and you get an AE2 started. Try to hook up Integrated Dynamics as an external storage. Your AE2. Oh, God. That's not good, Solaris. I'm assuming it doesn't work. Wait, how do you hook up... would you hook up Integrated Dynamics as an external storage? What did you hook up to what? Because Integrated Dynamics by itself doesn't store anything. Huh. Used inventory interface. Oh Lord. Yeah, Oh, so wait, you were trying to hook up your... Were you trying to hook up your A2 system so it could... So your integrated dynamics system could see what was in there? Interesting thing to try. Honestly, not overly surprised that it didn't work, but it's always worth trying these things. What have you got connected to your ID network then? Is it just a bunch of barrels? Bunch of chests? I don't think the easiest way to do that would be to hook that up to the ME system without using like a storage bus on every chest. Honestly, not sure. Right, so those would be bolts. So if we put... Right. That into there. And set the auto output on these. That should give us bolts. And if we do it with this one, it should give us rings. Good morning, Craze. How you doing? Yeah, that's probably the easiest way, Hilarious, honestly. Yeah, there we go. So now we can make, I think, most of the basic stuff. I do need to hook this up again, I think, as well. Where do we want to hook this up, though, is the question. Like, am I going to need... I don't want to put it too close there in case I need more space for things. I'm kind of thinking, though, if we just go... If we just put it, like, here-ish... And then we'll use... We better hit a pole this morning and destroy both passenger side. Oh, ouch. I'm guessing that's going to be pretty expensive. I don't know why Pants for A2 is getting stuck on crafting monitor. How do you mean getting stuck? No life. Like, what exactly is happening? If we do fluid input over here, because this will be for steam, which for some reason is needed. I guess we'll put the fluid output there as well, so we can, if we need to. Actually, no, we'll put the fluid output up here, I think, because that way, if we need to, we can pipe the creosote into the mixer. And then we need item output and item input. There we go. Beautiful. When I request a pattern, it's stuck and doesn't resume, although you have all the materials as a pattern. What is it you're trying to craft? Is it something that has NBT data attached with it? Because quite often, if it's things like anything that has like potential NBT data, just shift clicking in from JEI doesn't always work. So say you're crafting, I'm actually not sure if it's this like this now, but say you're crafting the energy cubes from Mechanism. Sometimes you would have to do each recipe individually, craft one, and then use the crafted one in the recipe rather than the just using the shift on the plus sign from JEI to put the recipe in. It's kind of a little weird in that respect, but usually when something like this happens, it's an NBT related thing. We've received and red paid love's very good. GG swag. Am I liking MI so far? Honestly, my opinion hasn't changed much yet. But the quest line is very strange. So many optional quests with no idea what is required to unlock the next step. Yeah, the quest line is clearly not finished yet. They've got the Steam Age there, and that's basically it. Everywhere, how you doing? That is also a good point. Everywhere, that is also a potential thing. All right, so let's grab both of those for now. These auto output, right? And auto pull. All right, so if we whack some coal in there. Actually, system craft 1 million iron ingots. You know, to stock up the other day. Progress on many other things was limited for a while. See, this was that from Mystical Agriculture Essences everywhere. Because that's kind of like exactly the reason that I always just craft them before they come into the system. Wait. Where did my creosote go? Oh, it's also outputting on the wrong side. I don't know where the first lot of creosote went, but... It's only 1.42, 1.41 works just fine. What did 1.42 add? I don't think it added much, did it? Oh, right. Okay, so you're getting them from... I got you. Still, same thing though. Like anytime you get ores in like that, like it's all personally, unless you need the ore itself for something, I always find it's best to process it straight away. Then you don't run into issues like that. But it depends what you actually need. If you need the ores for things, or if you have plans later on for processing them in more efficient ways. Oh god, yeah, I forgot about the crush. Yeah, I remember the crushes. It was a bit bigger of an update. I can't even remember what was added in it. Hold on, let me have a look. I'm curious. Speaking of which, I am going to be adding in a mod to Ocean Block 2. I don't normally do this. Oh, wait a minute. I'm only on 1.4.0. I'm not even in 1.4.1. Oh, 1.4.2 adds mod, random bone meal flowers, quantum suit, eclipse alloy, mech suit set, full sets, now protect from crushing depth, basalt generators. Oh, wait, so they've got a... Oh, okay. Recipe to cook nether warts from blaze and mushrooms, Chinese translations, and then fixed a bunch of other stuff, apparently. But yeah, I'm going to add in anti-blocks to Ocean Block 2. I want them for decorative purposes. Alright. So let's put that in there. We are getting creosote in. Perfect. I don't know why I'm not using fluid drawers rather than tanks. They're so much easier to expand. I always forget about them. I know, right? I mean, just think of all that light I can give myself from some of them. But no, I want to use them. I'm kind of wanting to go for a bit of the kind of vibe I want to go with it. I realize I'm talking about Ocean Block while playing all the mods 10 right now, and I apologize for that. But I kind of want to go for not so much ruins, but like kind of... I don't even know how to describe it. But kind of a cross between like ruined stone structures and kind of neon cyberpunky kind of things. Complete power imbalance and coming. I know. I'm sorry. I just for the decorative purposes. To be fair, Guitar Land, I sidetracked myself. I normally do. Anyway, right, we've got all the basics sorted out here. We're kind of pretty much at the point near enough now where... Oh, we've got to get the wire mill. We're almost at a point now where we've gone through... everything that's in the quest book. There's not much else left in here, so we're going to be flying blind after this, so this is going to be fun. I do want the steam quarry, though, and we do need a wire mill. I want to see what these are like. A steam quarry. There we go. Medieval music mod works perfectly with mine colonies and mostly vanilla Minecraft. Cool. I'm assuming that adds music discs. At a guess. Damn it. One lot short. Right, so the wire mill. I'm assuming the wire mill is going to give us cheaper wires. Oh, we actually still need plates for this as well. We can't just go straight from ingot to wire. Okay, so we're going to need another compressor as well then. Oh, just background music. I got you. Where are we? What was I doing? No, we're not doing the steam quarry. We're doing the wire mill at the minute, aren't we? These are just the standard ones. Ah, okay. Even so. Still nice to have different music, I guess. Alright, so steel wire mill. We are going to need another compressor as well then. If this needs to be done from place. And the idea with all of this is just that, so I can just put the raw ingredients in and get what we need out. I can't imagine we're going to be using this for very long, but you never know. Right, so that will go there, and that will go there. That's 40. Damn. That is quite a bit of extra music. To be fair, I never listen to the Minecraft music. I think a lot of it is. Wait. How did a bronze plate get? How did a bronze plate get in there? I have no idea. Okay, well. I got wires. I mean, I don't remember seeing any tumbleweeds. They really are. They really have changed their approach. I know, right? And everywhere. They're just getting rude at this point. It's almost like nobody's buying their stuff because they don't fucking need it. I keep meaning to set up the thing to get them to get it to auto ban them, but they keep changing their messages anyway, and I just keep forgetting to set it up. I mean, to be fair, if there wasn't a market for it somewhere, they probably wouldn't still be going. There probably are people that are willing to pay for these things. But no matter how, like, I've been through plenty of ups and downs with my stream and like view accounts and what have you, but no matter what the situation is, like, I'm never gonna go with something like that. I'm never gonna pay for something like that. Ever. I like my viewers to be real people like you guys. Otherwise, what's the point? It's like cheating at games. Like, what do you... It's like cheating to get through a game quicker. Like, what's the point? Like, you don't benefit from it. You don't gain any experience. You don't gain any kind of sense of accomplishment. You've done nothing. And I never understand that mindset. But each to their own, I guess. Everyone is a different person. What do we need? Oh, diamond dust. We have a macerator for that. Mine's at level 2, almost ready for tech research in the university. GG. Right, need another hopper upgrade. I feel like I'm going massively overkill with this Steam stuff. I was actually looking in a creative world of at Extreme Reactors this morning. They've quite significantly buffed the power output from them. I can't remember if there's a tag matching. I can't remember if there's a tag matching thing. Because most of the things that involve tags in this are NBT tags. It depends what, because the tags aren't actually NBT tags on the ores, are they? Have I got any random ores here? Not really, just the Zircorium ones. So if you, they've got the ores tag. I'm not sure, because it's not something I've tried to do before. That will just get the tag from there. Will just get NBT tags. They're all like all the tag ones are. Wait, that needs. Okay, no, that won't work. Honestly, I'm not sure. It's not something I've ever looked into, so I mean, as long as they all have ore in the title, you could just use basically check to see if it contains ore in it and then use that. I'm curious now. Ah, I might have to look into this later because I'm curious about this as well. I'm pretty sure it's got to be a relatively easy way to do this. I just don't know. Yeah, I want to have a look into that later. Apologies that I don't know right now, but I definitely do want to look into that. Because that's going to be it's going to be useful to know. All right, okay. In the meantime, let's make ourselves a steam quarry. Oh, this a multi-block, isn't it, if I remember rightly? It is, but I have no idea what half of these blocks are. I'm assuming steel casings. Okay, is there anywhere that tells you what these blocks are? Ah, here we go. Okay, so we need 4 chains, 16 steel machine casings, and 6 steel pipe casings. We're going to need a lot more steel plates, aren't we? Are you in the Integrated Dynamics Discord, Celarius? Or the Cyclops MC Discord? Hopefully, you're probably more likely to get some answers in there than from me, unfortunately. But there do seem to be quite a few things with integrated dynamics that you would think would be relatively easy to do, but are actually a lot more difficult than you'd think. Arian, how you doing? Let's make some more bendy plates. Right, what did we say we needed? 16 steel machine casings. Let's just make a whole bunch of those. We're obviously not going to have enough plates for this at the moment. More importantly, Therian, how are you doing? And while I did say that we were going to do as much of this as possible with modern industrialization, it does not mean that I'm not going to cheese it a little bit by speeding up certain things. A stack of those. There we go. Right, we got the 16 of those. We needed, what, 6? 6 of these. 6 steel machine pipe casing thingamawhatsits, which means we need another 6 machine casings. Did you get the Insanite block from Extreme Reactors yet in this playthrough? Not in this playthrough, no. I've not even touched Extreme Reactors. We did in All the Mods 9. We haven't touched it in this yet. How you doing, Trousers? That's one way to enter the chat. All right, 6 of those, and what do we need? 36 of... Oh, come on. Come on, bendy plates. There we go. That'll work. Oh, fuck, we only need 3 of them. God damn it. All right, and then we just need some chains. Wait, how many chains do we need? 4, I think? Right? Yeah, 4. Let's not go as far as to say enjoying yet, Trousers. I'm trying to give it more of a chance than I did last time. I don't know if this needs to see bedrock or not, by the way, so we're going to find that out in a moment. Yeah, I've not been overly complimentary of modern industrialization so far. It just kind of feels like a knockoff Greg Tech. There we go. That is valid. Oh, except we do kind of also need to put inputs and outputs in there. I'm assuming we need... This is what you went through that trouble for. The steam quarry is a void miner that uses the drill durability to mine ores from nowhere. Pretty good. This one takes a bit to build, though remember to use the bronze wrench if you get confused. I mean, I could do with the bronze wrench in real life, honestly. I'm assuming I am going to need inputs and outputs for this, which I kind of completely forgot about. I'm assuming the steel fluid hatch can just hold more fluid. Like, how much can the bronze one? 4 buckets. Bronze range for IKEA stuff. I mean, that would be kind of useful. Not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna need a couple of those. I don't know, this might need to be a steel one. But I'm guessing based on this... Nope, it does not. Okay. And we need import buses. I'm assuming... Wait. Okay. An item input. I'm assuming the item input will just be where we put the drill. I'm assuming, though, that the output, we probably will want more, a slightly larger one.
Cha 3 hype 2 cha 3 hype 2 cha 3 hype 2 chacky hugs chacky hugs chacky hugs chacky hype chacky hype chacky heart chacky heart.
There's like some weird chant at the end there. Codebreaker, thank you so much, man. 76 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How are you doing, Code? I hope you are fantastic. Just going to see if we can find the zombie again for you. There you are. And there we go. Good, me. I'm not too bad. Actually, I've actually had a really good day today, honestly. It's been, I did something today that I've been needing to do for the last 3 years, and I finally got it done. And that was basically lowering my phone bill. Because for the last 3 years, I've been paying nearly 50 quid a month for stuff, for kind of services that I'm not even using. Like 24 gigabytes worth of data, and I use less than 1 gig of data a month. And I've just due to the anxiety, I just haven't been able to phone up, and I finally managed to do it this morning. I've only got it. I've got unlimited. I still have unlimited texts and unlimited minutes. Apparently, they come with everything now, regardless. But it's dropped down to like 10 gig, which I would have liked less, but that was apparently the lowest they could get it, and it's basically now costing me half the price. And I've also, but I did, on the plus side though, I did get YouTube Premium for 2 years with it though. So no more ads on YouTube, which is going to be amazing. And that's like 13 quid a month. So it's gone down it's basically halved my phone bill, which is huge, honestly, because I've needed to do that for the longest time. So I'm happy. Oh. Really? That's it? You going up to steel gives me 2 output slots instead of 1? That was really not worth it. We would probably technically still being swindled, yes, but given the fact that the anxiety that it caused me, having to do this in the first place, honestly, I'm happy with the outcome. It could have been better, but it could have been considerably worse as well. So I'm pretty happy overall with it. It means I can. Oh, I just put a bunch of those away, didn't I? It means I don't have to worry as much about that, basically. Pretty much in every way, yeah. As weird as it sounds, given what I do, I'm not very good with people. It's very different having to have an actual conversation with somebody as opposed to talking at people, like I kind of do when I stream. Code, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Yeah, exactly. This is the great thing about streaming is as a streamer, you have complete control. If I'm feeling uncomfortable, I can end the stream, I can ban people, I can time people out, I can just be quiet and completely ignore chat. Like, I have complete control over this situation. When you're talking in an actual back and forth conversation with somebody, you don't have that control. Like, you can't just really just walk away. You can, technically. You can just walk away from these things, but there's a lot more involved with that than when streaming. Like, you just don't have that control anymore. And it's really nice to be able to stream in that situation, honestly. I'm talking to an employee who's been trained to not answer your questions directly. I've got to say, though, I will say, with I was expecting it to be a lot more difficult to get to talk to an actual person. It was really easy. Like, I was expecting to be waiting, like, either on hold for about an hour or so, or go through a bunch of automated things before I got to speak to an actual person. But it literally, like, I phoned up within under a minute. I was talking to somebody. I was put on hold a few times while they checked on a few things, but like it was incredibly easy to do. Yeah, speaking of that guitar, have you seen there was there's a thing I think it was on TikTok originally that I saw. It was an autistic girl. She was phoning up room service for the first time. I don't know if you've seen that video or not, but I absolutely love that video. Let me see if I can find it. It was Paige Lyle, something along those lines. Have you seen the video? I just the bit that broke my heart with that though was that when she says at the end, nobody was even mad. It's like you was expecting people to be mad. But that's kind of that the way she was in that video was kind of how I felt with it as well. And but the weird thing is, like, the person talking to her on the other end of the phone was likely didn't notice anything. Her voice was so calm and natural on the phone that the person on the other end of the phone probably didn't even notice anything different or wrong or off in it at all. Yeah, inside she must have been just kind of tearing her apart. It's such a nice video, though. A good way to get an actual person in an automated menu kind of thing is just simply not make any sense. If you have a menu saying you got to push 1 to 3, that's actually not a bad idea in everywhere. I like that. I might have to try that if I ever have to do it again. Many autistic girls have a trait that makes them worry about making people mad. Yeah, it's that must be horrible. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if I can. I don't feel like I've got anything that could make me kind of really empathize with that. But no, I love that video though. It's such a nice video. It's just seeing to see how kind of happy she was afterwards. It's just such a heartwarming thing. Right. Anyway, back to what we're doing before I get sidetracked. Bronze drills. This is what we need next. Right. Bronze drills. We need iron gears, fluid and item pipes, and bronze drill heads. Most of that's easy enough. Drill heads. Hey, look at that. Would you look at that? We've got everything we need set up for all this. I'm actually going to... Actually, I think we've got pretty much everything we need for all this anyway. It says to make 4, but we'll probably make 8 if we can. So satisfying to remove supports from 3D prints. How did the print go? Oh wait, we've got all like unobtainium and all the modium drills as well, haven't we? Which we can use in the electric quarry for a bunch of things. Although not really worth it in fairness, but... right, speaking of which, bronze drills. We need 16 of these. Oh, wait, you get 4 each time. Okay. Well, I guess we're making 32 bronze drills then. I don't even know if we're going to use these or not. Right, so if we set that to... Okay, we don't actually need that. It's doing stuff. But anyway, yeah, that was my morning. Was I did have a bit of a thing later on. I don't know if it was caused by it or not, but like a couple of hours after the phone call, I basically had this thing where my entire body was just kind of went tingly, for want of a better term, and my legs just did not feel like they would support me. It was a really weird feeling. I don't know if it was like related or not, but it was a little disconcerting, to say the least. Did that do anything? Is it just a chance at things? How does this work exactly? Oh, it's a gold drill. That's not the right drill. Oh, right. So he just has a chance to consume the drill each time. Okay, so... So what's that? 1 in 4%, that's what? 1 in just under 20 times it'll work, right? Wait, no, 1 in 25. Hey, there we go, we're getting stuff. Yay. I don't know why my maths was so off there. There we go, more bronze and some XP. Right, the last thing we can do really on here is analog circuits. Congratulations, you've managed to go further than most people with modern industrialization, but this is only the beginning of your journey. Prepare to embrace the age of early electricity. I don't want to, though. It's horrible. Right, so what are we making? Analog circuits. In order to make analog circuits, we need resistors, we need capacitors, we need inductors, we need analog circuit boards, and we need copper wire. That's a lot of stuff for circuits. You got almost half the stuff printed already. It's the holding part. The top half is going to be what you're most nervous about. Slight print errors, but they'll give it a bit of a natural aesthetic. But overall, you're happy with it, though. Right, what am I doing? What am I doing? Right, analog circuits, we need resistors or fine wires. Oh, I need to do another wire one, don't I? A compressor. If I want to do the fine wires, we'd need a compressor, wire mill, then wire mill, wouldn't we? I guess we could just do another wire mill. That should be fine. And then we'll just put the additional wires in. Right, okay, so... Speaking of which, copper wires... Let's just put a stack of copper through to turn into wires. These should all be set up correctly now. Perfect. So far, you're happy? Well, hopefully the rest of it goes well as well. Right, analog circuit boards. Oh, rubber sheets. How does one make rubber? Synthetic oil and paper. Or synthetic rubber and paper. Synthetic rubber is synthetic oil and sulfur. That's actually easy enough to do. We're obviously going to need another mixer for this, but that's fine. And then synthetic oil we get from raw synthetic oil in a blast furnace. Raw synthetic oil we get from water and carbon dust or coke dust. I'm guessing coke dust. Okay, no, they're both the same. Okay, that's easy enough. We're gonna need a few more mixers. If we want to set up a little bit of a production line for this, we're gonna need a few more mixers. So we're gonna need one to do the water and carbon dust. Is it gonna be worth us setting up a processing line for this now, or waiting until a little bit later? And just batch crafting now. I feel like the Steam ones, I don't think it's worth doing too much production line with. We can probably just batch craft until we get to a little bit further on. But let's do that. Let's just make another mixer. Possibly 2 mixers. Can we can't craft that straight away. Yeah, let's do 2 more mixers. Just to be on the safe side. And then we'll bring this over from here, and then we'll continue our little line of steam machines over here. If I could click the right place. I am going to leave a gap between the two of them. Actually, no, let's not. Let's put them like that. Then we should be able to output fluids to that side. So if we wanted to say... Okay, I'm probably going to end up doing a another one of this, aren't I? So raw synthetic oil. Oh no, we can't, because it still needs to go through a blast furnace, doesn't it? Aha. What? See, you're the second person today I've heard saying how much they dislike pneumatic craft. I was kind of semi-lurking in Giant Waffle stream earlier. I don't think I'll ever understand the dislike of certain mods. Like I don't fully understand the dislike of GregTech. But that's because I enjoy those mods, so obviously that I'm gonna have that view of it. Don't like mods that go boom. That's fair. That is a perfectly reasonable reason to dislike it. Okay, steam blast furnace. We need 32 fire clay bricks and the blast furnace itself, which is another 8. So 40 fire clay bricks, which means we're going to need 160 fire clay, which means we're going to need how many of these recipes? 54. So 108 bricks. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, would you look at that? I got plenty. Let's I guess since we're trying to do stuff with modern industrialization, we'll do this in here as well. I do feel like, I mean, yours is a perfectly valid reason for doing it, for disliking pneumatic craft, but I do feel like a lot of people dislike it because they don't necessarily understand it. Because it is a lot more complicated than a lot of other mods. It's not just to simply put items in, get items out, and put items in, give it power, and get items out. You've got to manage temperature, and as well as pressure and everything else, and it's just a little bit more complicated, which I do think puts a lot of people off. The reason you dislike Create is because, in your opinion, it's overused. Oh, I 100% agree it's overused. I cannot blame Create. You can't blame Create for that, though. It doesn't, for me at least, it doesn't make Create any less of a good mod. It just means that a lot of pack devs don't use it in overly exciting ways. What do we do? What do we mean? Blast furnace. We do not have a blast furnace. But yeah, it's kind of like so many mod devs or pack devs rather, just use it in the simplest ways. It's why I'm looking forward to hopefully having something like Create Above and Beyond for the newer versions. Because that was designed entirely around Create, so it made things a lot more interesting. At least I found it a lot more interesting. Okay, that needs to go up. Oh right, we also need. This is the one thing. It never. one thing I'm finding with modern industrialization is it doesn't tell you the inputs and outputs you need. It tells you all the blocks you need to form the structure without any inputs and outputs. It doesn't tell you what the inputs and outputs are. It's like that will form, but it's completely useless. So again, it's kind of the complexity of it that puts people off. There's a lot more to think about there with Create, with like the rotation direction and kind of the way stress units are calculated, and there's not like what's one thing I do wish they had with Create was an easier way of showing how many stress units a particular machine was going to use or a particular contraption was going to use. I don't know how they do it because obviously it's variable depending on the speed, the rotation speed. But it would be nice to be able to see a more accurate representation of it, if that makes sense. Okay, so the blast furnace really isn't used for a lot, is it? Blaze powder into blazing essence, which is apparently not used for anything. Yeah, exactly. It's difficult to kind of figure it out. It's kind of why I guess my approach with stuff like that is just brute force it. Just get as many stress units as you can, but it's not my preferred way to do it. I would like to be able to know exactly what's going in and out and stress unit wise. Instead of just saying low, medium, or high stress usage. Yeah, I guess you'd probably. To be honest, I didn't realize that many people dislike Britannia. I know Guitar London's not the biggest fan because, same reason as Create, it's kind of used in so many different things. But I absolutely loved Britannia as well because I think it's for me honestly, it's the complexity that makes me enjoy it. Like, it's that complexity of the mod that makes it more enjoyable to me because it's not just a simple kind of like plug and play kind of thing. There's a little bit of thought involved, and that's I like to use my brain, I guess. But Britannia's a tech mod, swag. There's no magic involved. It's an entirely a tech mod. Let's not get into that argument. All right, let's get a. I'm assuming if this is pretty much just going to be used, I think, for the synthetic oil. I think we want to put steam input there. I don't like the fact that we can't have inputs on these middle rows. You can only have them at the top and the bottom. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Actually, you know what? We're probably better off putting this here because it means like situations like this. I don't really like having machines on the floor like this. I like them to be at like face height. So this basically means that unless I use a pipe in between, I can't have a machine like directly next to the import hatch. Like, just let me have an output hatch here, for crying out loud. That's all I want. All right. Right, everything should have steam now. We auto push from there. Or we also pull from there, we also eject from there. Okay, so synthetic oil. We need to just pipe in water and carbon dust. If we do that, output from there. Oh, are we gonna get the carbon dust? I'm assuming we can just macerate something like coal. Wait, we can't just macerate coal? We can centrifuge carbon dust, or coal dust, which I'm guessing we get from macerating coal. Okay, so hold on. Wait, no, it's raw synthetic rubber we need, isn't it? So no, it's synthetic oil we need, and then raw synthetic oil and oil. So coke dust. Okay, coke dust we can just get from macerating coke though. So there's that. By the way, this is going to come off quite bad, but I have to say, I'm actually quite looking forward to the end of the stream today. The update for, again, I'm guessing nobody else is really bothered about this, but the update for Phasmophobia got released just before the end of the stream. Before the start of the stream, rather. With the update to one of the maps. And I have been waiting for this for a long time. So this will give us synthetic oil, and then raw synthetic oil, and then the raw synthetic oil will go through here, and then get piped into here. Which we should be able to then combine it with sulfur to get synthetic rubber. We may as well do the sulfur. And we should have plenty of sulfur at least. Yeah, we've got a little bit of sulfur. Now, you never managed to wrap your head around that game, alone you just got eaten. It can take a bit of getting used to. I mean, I've got probably close to 1,000 hours in it now. Although I'm still getting very much confused by some of the ghosts because, oh my god, they're annoying as hell. Oh, wait. Wait. Why is this? Why you no work? Synthetic oil, sulfur. Oh, you need a bucket of it first. Okay. Right, I'm going to make a recipe for fluid drawers because I have a feeling we're going to need these. Yeah, Phasmo can take a bit of getting used to, especially like solo. Admittedly, to be fair, it is a lot more fun as a group. Alright. Wait, why you're still not working? Uh-huh. Okay, what have I... 1 bucket of synthetic oil, sulfur, and 15 seconds. Ah, it has to be a steel mixer. There we go. That's understandable, Guitar Lovin'. Well, you know, if I know we don't play in Discord very often anymore, especially since M is staying here now, so we can't really play together. But if you do ever see us playing in Discord, you're more than welcome to join. There we go. Right, we are now making a little bit of synthetic rubber. I think it looked like the synthetic rubber was better. Hey, look at that. We got some sulfur. It looked like the synthetic rubber was better. That was for the analog circuit boards. Got the rubber sheets. And then we are going to need a separate mixer as well for this. Where we just got synthetic rubber and paper will give us rubber sheets. All right. And a couple of those. 1 of those. 2 of those. 1 of those. And 1 of those. And we should have the steel upgrade as well there. Actually, we may as well just bring this up here. Lars coming in with that raid again. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? How was the stream? What were you up to? I'm gonna go take a wild guess at more building today. And like a glass of Tetley Super Green Tea with berry boost. I'm assuming that's iced tea though. Swag. We all know my thoughts on iced tea. No, you're all good, Lars. I know what you got to do. What it's like post stream. Thank you for the raid though. It is appreciated. And as always, everybody, if you are looking for somebody to check out, head on over there. Hit the follow button. Check them out when they do go live next. Wait. Oh, right, yeah, I just realized it was green tea, yeah. Sorry, my mistake.
Running away, you yellow bastard!
All right, no worries, Therian. Hopefully the shed cleaning goes well. And we will probably see you at some point soon. I'll put that coat dust through here. There we go. Right. We've got copper wires. How many of those do we need? I don't know how many of these analog circuits we need and what we need them for or anything else. It does look like we need these for like the electric motors. Steam farmer. Can perform the following tasks using 32 EU per tick. Tilling, hydrating, harvesting, and planting. I mean, efficient road networks are good no matter where they are, honestly. Right, we just need 1 for the quest, but obviously we're going to need to make more of these. So if we just do enough for 8 of these for now. And we'll put these through there for the fine wires. There the output, and output that. I do need a hopper in there as well, or a hopper upgrade rather. Then that will hopefully get us a whole bunch of synthetic rubber. Hopefully. If we're lucky. Right, okay, what are we doing? Making analog circuits, which means we need the rubber sheets. It's 100 buckets with one paper will get you 12 of them. So we just grab 10 paper. Stick that in there. Grab a bucket. There we go. That should get us at least a few. $60 so far. Nice. Okay, so that will take care of those. Along with obviously the copper plates. These need copper wires and steel rods. How many of those do we need? Just one in each of them. So we're going to need, what, 8 steel rods? Let's make a few extras. I'm actually not even sure we needed the fine wires. Surely we do, though, right? Yes, we need them for the things. Oh, we also need coal dust. Okay, let's grab coal. Put that through the macerator. Cheese it a little bit. Oh, right, I haven't got a hopper upgrade in there either. Have I missed hopper upgrades on any of these other ones? Nope, just that one. And I guess we just get rid of those into the ME system for now. Right, inductors. We need 8 of those. Capacitors. We're going to need some gold plates, some more rubber sheets. So I guess more plates. Nice and quick. Right, so capacitors. We still need the rubber sheets, which we should have over here now. We do. Perfect. So we needed, what, 16 of these? Or 16 of those. Resistors. Where we need the coal dust. We should be able to make some copper plates. Going all over with the blaze gold hoe and the item collector. What does the blaze gold hoe add? Is that the one that makes it so it can auto harvest? I'm guessing yes, given the collector comment. I can never remember like which one's which though. Eight of those. Have I run out of copper wire? Got fine wire. I have. I've run out of copper wire. Online helps yourself when crop is grown. Yeah, it is a nice one. I have to agree. And I think it gives a slight boost to crop growth as well, which is nice. And we have got our coal dust now. $24 of those. What are we still missing? Resistors. We need 16 of. We need paper. Right. Anyway, that's everything we need for 8 analog circuits. Actually, you just said the part most important to you. I mean, that's fair. That is being able to auto harvest is such a nice thing. Okay, right. So now I've just got to figure out where the hell we go from here because there are no more quests. So first thing we got to figure out is how are we making power? There's a diesel gen. I'm assuming that's not what we need. Steam turbine. I'm guessing that is what we need. Steam turbines need rotors. These give 32 EU per tick. Okay. Consumes steam and produces 1 EU per millibucket. So I'm assuming then that basically if these produce 16 millibuckets of steam per tick, that 2 of these will power 1 LV steam generator. Or steam turbine, rather. I would assume. Okay, right, so let's get a few of these made. So, if we make 4 of them... Yeah, let's make 4 of them, and then we'll have to bring the steam from here around... We'll put the first electric machines around here. Obviously, we're going to have to set things up a little nicer once we know what we're doing and how the general progression of this is going to go. But for right now, we just want to get some stuff set up, basically. So LV steam turbines is where we're going. So we're going to need fluid pipes, analog circuits. We have basic machine holes. That's new. Okay. Motors and tin cables. I'm assuming tin cables are going to be our... What are these? What's modern dynamics? I'm assuming that's an add-on mod. Hold on. I want to see if there is a wiki for modern industrialization. Looks like there is, so I'm going to keep that up while we're doing this, just in case we need to refer to that. I'm going to try and figure it out without, but we'll keep it up just in case. But I do want to have a look at what this modern dynamics is. Modern Dynamics, modern item and fluids pipe mod for Neoforge inspired by thermal dynamics. Oh, okay. Those are not... It's not a modern industrialization add-on then. It's just inspired by modern... okay. Although I'm assuming, though, that these will also work. They can transfer a maximum of 256 EU per tick, so essentially 4 amps of LV. No, 8 amps of LV. Yeah, 8 amps of LV. Okay, that's actually not bad. We will stick with the tin cables, though, I think, rather than anything else. I'm assuming there's no... Like, these are, they're just, like, they only have the covered variants of them. Unless you can actually place the tin wire. I feel like we're probably going to need a lot of tin and tin wires in this, so let's make a few of those. I'm curious if you can place the wires down. No, they have to be the covered variants. Okay. Good to know. You know what? Let's just pipe this into here. And then just semi-automate the production of this. Are we going to need the synthetic rubber for anything else? Oh, we can use it to automatically make the cables later as well. Okay, that's fine. All right, so first things first, steam turbines. We need the basic machine hulls. These take steel machine. Oh, wow. You need circuits for the just for the hulls? Ouch. Okay. We're going to need a lot more of these circuits then. Alright, so if we just put a couple of stacks of those into there, that will get us a few stacks of copper wires. What else were we short on? Or what else are we going to need a lot of for these? Gold plates and coal dust are really the other things we need. So if we do a couple of stacks of gold plates... and a couple of stacks of coal going through there to turn into dust. We should have enough. If we're going to make 4 steam turbines, we should have enough for that now anyway. We do need more steel machine casings as well, which means we need more steel plates. Do we have any steel plates? We do not. I don't know why I keep opening up the quest book. Also, redstone batteries. Oh, okay. So we also need battery alloy. Battery alloy. We get. I'm assuming this is probably going to be lead and antimony. If it's anything like, Greg Tech. Yep, lead and antimony. We do thankfully have plenty of antimony. And plenty of lead. Unfortunately, we are going to need to macerate these and then get yet another mixer in order to do all of this. But that's fine. We can live with that. Entro dust or crystals? I think I'm getting mine from bees at the moment. But you get the entro crystals from... I think the first ones you get from these. Basically the The budding entroized things. I can't remember off the top of my head how you get them, though. Ah, there you go. The budding, mostly entroized one. If you've got a crystal assembler, entro seeds, and fluix block with water, entro seeds are ender dust, redstone, glowstone, skystone, and sand. Then that in a crystal assembler gets you the budding, mostly entroized fluix crystal. And then you can, I think you can use the crystal fixer to get it to at least until the hardly entroized one, I think. Or the half one. I can't remember which one it is. Oh, fully entroized one. Should be in the guide, though, I think. But yeah, the source of entro crystals, and you can get budding entroized fluix by injecting entro seeds to a fluix block. Intro buds growing mechanic is similar to Certus quartz, however, the degradation progress of budding entroized fluix is unavoidable, and finally it will be turned into Certus quartz block. Theoretically, you can get around 10 entro crystals from a fully entroized fluix without fortune enchantments. Budding entroized fluix will always drop 1 entro dust when broken, regardless of what state it is. An entro bud will drop entro shards when it isn't fully grown. I don't know if you can use the growth accelerators on these. I don't think I tried it. I assume you probably can. But then you can, I guess you did the point, like the idea is that you just keep, you either break them when they get to a certain point and then fix them, or you just keep making new ones. But obviously you've also got entro seeds and the bees as well. But I think it's just kind of essentially breaking and fixing these is the way to go. That is a very good point. How the fuck did we do this then? I don't know. Oh, wait, which dark theme are we talking about, Zais? Are we talking about just in here? In JEI and the GUIs and what have you? If so, it's this button here that changes that. Or if we're talking about for the applied energistics textures, there is a texture pack called A2 Blackout, which is what I've been using for that. I'm not going to lie, I'm not entirely sure how I got my first crystals of this. Saphiro. I know that it will be on stream. Like all the VODs are on. The thing is though, you can't make how do you make the budding crystals though? That's the problem. Because in order to make the budding crystals, according to this, you need the crystal assembler. The crystal assembler needs an extended machine frame, which requires entro ingots. It's in the guide, but like, how do you make the first one? Or do you just... Do you just basically right-click it onto a Fluix block? We've done that. We did this like right near the start of the pack, and I just can't remember how we did it. Variable card with string singles and variable store. Ah, nice. I'm glad you got it sorted. Oh, so you can just right-click the Entro seed onto the Fluix. Ah, that must have been how we did it in the first place. It's been so long since we did it, I could not remember. But there we go. That's sorted at least. Agreed, Safiro. It could definitely do with them. I mean, most of this kind of stuff I can generally figure out, but it's just... Oh, did I just put my... Oh no, those go back in there. Right, we've got the lead, we've got the antimony dust. We do need yet another mixer. All the mixers today, Jesus. I'm going to say one thing about modern industrialization that I'm noticing already. There is considerably more need for machine spam than there is with GregTech. Although I say that, I don't think that's really the case, honestly. It feels like it is, but I don't actually think it's the case. I think I'm just doing things in a kind of a weird order. So I am going to give modern industrialization a proper chance. I will. I'm not just going to spend my entire time complaining about it. Just some of it, probably. Right, I'll put those in there. That will get us our battery alloy dust. I'm assuming we're going to have to smelt the battery alloy before we can do anything with it. Yeah, because we need ingots. Okay, that's easy enough. But anyway, variable card was ingots. Another variable card of tag names. Wait, hang on. With that, how do you mean another variable card of tag names using that string variable? Hold on, let me grab my thing again. Hold on. Oh, right. Oh, wait, so this another variable card of tag names using that string variable. So is it a tag names variable you like operator that you're using on its hilarious? Because that looks like he's looking for an item rather than a string. Oh, I'm curious. While we're waiting for stuff to process. So this is the thing. I can generally figure out the stuff that I need to figure out with this, but I'm definitely not knowledgeable in it. Right, so if we use the string of the ingots, and then we went to tag names. No, it's expecting an item card. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that it? Was I just looking at the wrong one? Ah, okay. So that will basically just give a list of anything with that tag name in it. So if you change this to... Okay, that makes sense. To see ores, for example. I think that's the tag for ores. Ah, okay, cool. That's good to know. So so basically we have a way of getting a list of anything with a particular tag. Excellent. Sorry, I got very sidetracked there again. First new Mastercraft boom done while trying to find the interface of the... Oh, no. It's usually just basically... If I remember rightly, you just right-click the structure itself. This is what I always try and... Before I hook anything up, I always try and make sure the security upgrade's in there. It's easier to say that now, but... Yeah, it honestly, it doesn't make it obvious. It definitely doesn't make it obvious. We have a battery alloy. I keep opening up the quest book still. Alright, so for this we need these, which means we're going to need some battery alloy plates, some curved plates, and we're going to need some tin cables as well. So if we just do... It's like a 4-to-1 ratio thing, isn't it? If we just put like half a stack into plates, and then we'll put... Actually, you know, we'll just put a stack into the bendy plates. I do really need to, like, I want to have a proper, like, kind of like deep dive into Pneumaticraft at some point, so I can, like, really learn how it works, because I've got, like, a rough idea, but I just don't, I don't know. I just don't fully understand it yet. Has this gone through everything yet? Oh, that can't be right. Has that really only gone through one bronze drill? I put 32 bronze drills in there. Does anybody remember? Did I put 32 in there? We actually got quite a bit from that, all things considered. Okay, so if we want to make 4 of these, we're going to need to make 8 of these. Means we still need to make more tin cables. Tin wires should be in there. Oh wow, that's quite a lot of rubber sheets actually. Nice. Well, it's only a 4%, yeah, 1 in 25, but bearing in mind that this has been going for how long? Over an hour? Each time it processes, it is 30 seconds. So say it's been running for an hour. That's what, 120? Has 120 cycles? Oh, wait a minute. Can you use this to get cobblestone and stone as well? Just by putting dirt in it? But I think we only get a chance like 1 ore per cycle. I could be wrong about that though. Or a chance at 1 ore per cycle. Hey, whenever I'm lucky, I always question it because it very rarely happens. Alright, we are going to need a bunch of tin cables, so let's make 63 of those. I've not quite got enough bendy plates. We got 8 of those. Or machine holes. Okay, that's the well, the relatively easy bits done. I've still not had a netherite one yet, Guitar then. Best I've had is a diamond. Alright, so what are we looking at? Tin rotors. Let's just make a stack, put a stack of like everything we're gonna need for these. So bolts. Are we gonna need tin bolts for anything? Yes, we definitely are. Oh, and rings as well. But you know, we've actually not got that much tin, have we? Why am I getting no game sounds? Strange. Had 1 diamond. This is your first netherite. I've had a bunch of diamond ones now, just no netherite ones. Admittedly, I haven't needed them yet, but I still feel left out. Got most of your mine colonies building, so it's easier to identify which one has been worked on. That sounds like a good way of doing it. Alright, and bolts. I feel like I might need more of the curved plates, though. I think I might need more tin at this rate as well. Okay, right, where were we? We were making rotors of the tin variety. I think we need 8 of them. Oh, hang on. And me rings as well. Eight of those. Right, the motors. Oh. I'm assuming, yeah, I was going to say, I'm assuming we're going to have a polarizer of some description. I think we need 16 of those. No, I was 10 cables short. Okay. How do we want to do this? I think we are going to put the electric machines down this way. We're going to kind of bring this off here and back behind here. It's going to be a little bit... it's going to look horrible. for now. But that's fine. We can live with horrible for a little bit. Or I can, anyway. I'm going to have to. And then if we do 1, 2, I'm assuming these have an actual input-output side. I think purely from a visual standpoint. I kind of want to do that. I don't know if that's going to be... I'm assuming this will set the output side. We have spinny things. Well, they were spinning until they didn't have anywhere for the power to go. Kappa, beta, zeta. Those are just Greek letters, aren't they? Although I believe that a lot of, from what I can tell, a lot of fraternities do have a lot of Greek letters. Anyway, right, where were we? We have some electric machines. Wonderful. Okay, so what's next? I keep going to the quest books, and we're not going to find anything from the quest books. Because there's nothing to tell us what we need to do. Okay. I'm guessing, like... Wait, okay, so let's think about this, right? We're not only going to be doing the stuff for the start, but at the same time, we do need to make those things. So if we use this as a starting point, like, look at what we need to make. And then we kind of go back from there. Infamous in a certain show that had sparkly vampires. You know, you can say the name of it. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to, but you can say the name of it. That is okay. Okay. So in order to make these, we need processing units. Oh, these are going to be fun. So OR gates, NOT gates, AND gates. Aluminium wires, diodes, op amps, transistors and resistors again. Okay. Diodes require... I'm assuming that's Naquita doped. No. And just N-doped. Oh, hi there, Larvae. How you doing? How do you get stuff into this silly thing? With great difficulty, in my experience. Have you... You know when you... I'm assuming when you set up the... Oh, actually, before I say that, I'm assuming we're still talking about the compression chamber thing. The pressurized reaction... Yeah, the compression chamber thing. Why can I not remember the names of things? It's so annoying. The big Stubby Nematograph Cube. Ah, yes, that one. Right. When you set it up, did do you know how to place the hatches correctly? The ones that the input and output, the interfaces. That's the one. Because they are directional. Like you basically have to place one as though you're facing from inside it, and then the other one from the outside in, if that makes sense. Okay, right. Basically, you just need to hopper or pipe things into them. You can't manually do them. Yeah, like the source says, you can't manually input them. Which is kind of annoying. And also not really said anywhere. But it is it is a thing. Playing some wait, what? Mono? I'm assuming you mean Money Factory with that Laffy. I'm hoping. Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds. Ah, have fun. Enjoy. Right, so how do we get stainless steel in this? Stainless steel is hot stainless steel ingot, stainless steel dust, which I'm going to guess is probably got chromium in there somewhere. Manganese, nickel, chromium, and iron. Okay, so the kind of the same, similar kind of recipe as GTNH or Greg Tech in general. Okay, chromium. How do we get chromium in this? How do we get chromium in? Chromium hydrochloric solution is chromium crushed dust and hydrochloric acid. Chromium crushed dust you can get from ruby. Because that would be too easy. Rowan, it is painful. I think it would be a lot easier if I already knew the the general progression of modern industrialization, but I don't. So I'm just kind of fumbling my way through it at the minute. Like as far as there is in the quest book, we've got the Steam Age. That's it. So I'm just kind of like trying to reverse engineer from there where we like from what we need for the star as to where we go next. We need hot titanium ingots. Wait, there's not titanium ore, is there? Oh, there is, but only from the stainless steel drill, I'm guessing. Okay. I think the big thing that's worrying me about modern industrialization is I don't really get how the power system works. Like, are you supposed to, like, is there something like the substation from Greg Tech where you can store power and then transfer it out? Or is there, like, how is the power system, how is the power managed? That's what I need to figure out. The stainless steel, aluminium, I'm assuming is just aluminium plates. Are you supposed to not be able to get aluminium, by the way? With modern industrialization, like you can't just like smelt aluminium in with Greg Tech. Is the intended methods to basically process it in other ways, to get it in other ways? So I would like to at least see what the intended method is. I mean, you can get it from ruby dust, from centrifuging ruby dust. I have played Money, but I couldn't tell you how large the steel barrel is. If you're looking for, are you looking for fluid storage source? Only thing you're trying to do at the minute is make the stupid box bigger. I mean, I guess I could answer that in your question in a somewhat sarcastic way, source, and say it's a single block. I don't know how much fluid it holds though. I mean, is bauxite still a thing? Like, I'm assuming we have to process bauxite in some way. Are we talking about the aluminium in this? I'm assuming you are supposed to get it. Like if I right click on bauxite for uses, it's just telling me the aluminium stuff in there. So it's not showing me. It's not showing me. actual bauxite dust uses. So this is a really awkward way to learn modern industrialization, isn't it? I'm just trying to find the uses of bauxite, for fuck's sake. I mean, I don't even think we've got bauxite in here. I think they've just removed it in favor of aluminium. Anyway, I guess the first thing we want to do is... I think this might be the wrong way to approach this from what I've heard. But I'm going to basically set something like that we've got like this that we've got here up. And make things request craftable. So basically, if we want plates, we can kind of request plates. If we want the bendy plates, we can request those. But I have a feeling that's not the best way to do it. But I don't know. Right, I'll tell you what. First of all, let's just make ourselves a compressor. Actually, no. First of all, let's just make ourselves a bunch more analog circuits. Let's do that first. Because that was something we needed to make. We just make another, say, 8 of these. And then we'll make some machines, because I still need to understand how the overclocking system works. Because I don't want to just spend my entire time complaining about it and how janky it is. Where's the fun in that? Right, there we go. We've got 8 of those. So if we wanted to make a compressor... Our first electric machine. Right, we need another basic machine hull, which means more... We're going to need a lot of battery alloy, aren't we? We're going to need a whole lot of battery alloy. Alright, and we need 4 motors. Sorry, 4 pistons, not motors. So we're going to need a bunch of steel rods. Probably going to need more steel plates and more... Basically more of everything. If we do a couple of stacks of steel plates... Put one of those in for the steel rods. What else do we potentially need for these? Steel gears we can just make anyway. In cables and the motors as well, which means we need magnetic steel rods. So we do need even more steel. But yeah, Source, were you looking for a fluid storage method in Monofactory? Is that what you were asking about the steel barrels? All of the rods. Oh, we're probably going to need a lot more copper wire as well, aren't we? I know I started to make some more. Did I grab it already? I did. Let's make a bunch more of that. I feel like the intended method with modern industrialization is basically to have one machine for every item. I have one machine for tin wires, one machine for copper wires, so on and so forth. Which does seem very wasteful, but I could be wrong. Let's make a bunch of these. We probably want to get ourselves a polarizer before too long as well. Make a bunch of those. Need a bunch more tin wires as well. I feel like I am going to need to go and make some tin seeds. I'm trying to avoid it, but we might need to. And we've still got 100,000, but... Oh, there we go. That's gone, used a little bit more up now. Right, what else from modern industrialization? I feel like there was more than one item from modern industrialization that we needed in here. Oh, that's right, the uranium fuel rods as well, if I remember rightly. Those were, yeah, they're using the philosopher's fuel. Okay, so that's another thing to look into. More rods. More wires. We need 4 of those, and there we go. We have an electric compressor. I'm going to assume that tin cables are what we need for the time being. Do we have any kind of, like, battery buffer? We have got LV storage units. Hey, Return. How you doing? And C-Jazz. Yes, we are. This is one of the Soarin compact machines. They are a little bit on the chunky side. Can we start exploding anything yet? Can't complain, how am I? I'm not too bad. Been a pretty good day. Right, so... That's overclocking times 4. Yeah, there we go. And then this is the bit that I dislike. It's nice that it gets faster and faster as it goes, but it also makes power management so difficult. Chilling, can't complain. Always nice when you get days like that. So what have we got there? Adds a redstone control module. Upgrade to increase max processing EU per tick. Change the machine hall to connect higher tier cables. Accepts an overdrive module. Okay, so let's see what these things are. Overdrive module prevents electric machines' efficiency from going down at the cost of electricity. The recipe will be locked until the module is removed or the machine runs out of power. So those need, what, electron fine wire, transistors, diodes, and electronic circuit boards. Ooh, processing arrays. Nice. Okay. But that's gone all the way up to 31 EU per tick. So we could really only get 4 of these machines per... Well, one of these machines per turbine, really. It's a little bit like industrial. It's kind of like if Industrial Craft and Greg Tech had a baby, but the mother was just constantly drinking and doing lots of illicit materials the entire time. It's a weird amalgamation of the two. Let's put it that way. Like it has its positives. Oh no, see, I love GregTech. I am a huge fan of GregTech. But this is just it's not GregTech. And I'm still trying to figure out what my best method of managing power is. Yeah, it will only go up to 32 EU per tick. But this is the problem, though, right? With GregTech, for example, I've made this argument so many times recently, and I apologize to those who have heard it already 1,000 times. But the good thing with GregTech is, like, if we look at, say, the recipe we were just doing, like the steel plate recipe, right? In the compressor, 2 EU per tick, right? You would assume that recipe will take 2 EU per tick and take 10 seconds to process. In GregTech, that is the case. You can overclock it by using higher tier machines, but you always know exactly how much it's going to use. But this now has a variable usage because of the way the overclocking works. As you kind of process the same recipe over and over again, the efficiency gets better, but its processes faster, but uses more power. So the amount of power usage is variable rather than a fixed value. So you can never, unless you know 100% for certain that your machine is always going to be running at maximum efficiency and constantly running, then you don't know exactly how much power you're going to use. So with GregTech, with this recipe, you know that on a lossless cable, you could put 16 compressors running this recipe on a single 1 amp LV cable, and it would be fine, and it would just continue to work. Whereas on this, you could realistically only put a maximum of 4 on, because past that, it's you don't know. So I'm still trying to figure out what the intended way of to manage power is with this, with that kind of variability in it. And honestly, I still don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. But it just seems so odd. Like, if you have, say, I guess the only way I can think of that you could do it would be to have a single turbine, for example, for each machine. That might be the way to go, but that's just a shitload of turbines. That's like essentially 2 machines for each machine, one to produce the power and one to produce one for the actual machine. But at least then you know it's going to be always going to be powered. So I don't know. I've got to figure this out. I know there is going to be a method that's like an intended method for this. But with so little documentation, like in-game documentation for this, it's kind of difficult to figure out. But there is a wiki, so anyway, let's read what it says about the wait, hang on. It says guidebook entry. Oh, would you look at that? There is actually a guidebook. That might make life easier. Huh, shit. There we go. Do I like thermal expansion is another one of those mods that it is, you can quantify it. Like, everything is quantifiable in it. The same with GregTech. GregTech's amazing for it. Like, all the information you need is there in JEI with GregTech. But modern industrialization, it just seems a little odd. Well, let's read what it says about electricity. The steam turbine uses steam to produce electricity. It converts every 1 millibucket of steam to 1 EU, up to 32 millibuckets converted every tick. Steam turbine will automatically send electricity to any machines connected directly to its output side. It will only connect to cables placed on its output side. It has the low voltage tier. Every electric cable has a tier which determines how many EU per tick it can transfer and to which machines it can connect. Copper, silver, and tin are LV, copper, nickel, electrum, and MV are MV, and so on. The diesel generator is an alternative to the steam turbine. It uses various fuels to produce electricity. For now, you can burn creosote. Cable networks have limitations on the amount of energy they will pull into the network. At most 256 EU per tick for LV cables, 1024 EU per tick for MV cables, and 8192 EU per tick for HV cables. Because there is no output limit for the network, and because cables have a small internal storage, an LV network can provide more than 256 EU per tick for a short amount of time. Note, however, that single block electric machines will only connect to LV cables. To transfer more energy, you need to either create multiple pipe networks or use transformers. A low tier to high tier transformer, for example, LV to MV, has 5 inputs and 1 output. A higher tier to low tier, for example, MV to LV, has 1 input and 5 outputs. Okay. So electric machines work exactly the same as steam machines, except that they require electricity instead of steam, and they progressively overclock recipes up to 32 EU per tick. You can use REI to view the recipes for the electric version of the machine you are already familiar with. Lubricant is a fluid that can be obtained by... What's that got to do with electric machines? Lubricant is a fluid that can be obtained by mixing creosote and redstone. Right-click an electric machine with a lubricant container, such as lubricant bucket, to overclock it manually. Each 25 millibuckets of lubricant will add 1 overclocking efficiency tick to the machine. Okay. Configurable chests. What's that got to do with electric machines? Okay. Configurable chest is not a machine, but once you have analog circuits, you can craft it. It has 27 configurable slots and auto eject functionality. Very useful for automation. The polarizes stuff. We know that. The assembler, the first machine you'll want to make a lot of. The assembler allows you to automate almost all recipes, up to 3 per assembler. If you use slot locking, we strongly suggest that you automate machine hull, analog circuits, motors, pistons, robot arms, and conveyor belts using assemblers as soon as possible. That will make crafting electric machines basically free. And then you got the other modules you can add to them. Redstone control module can be used to control the behavior of electric machines and multi-blocks with redstone signals. Configure the module in your hand, and then insert it into the machine or multi-block controller. Regular electric machines have an overclock capped at 32 EU per tick, and electric multi-blocks have an overclock capped at 128 EU per tick. In the machine or multi-blocks menu, add upgrades to increase its maximum overclock. Check REI for the exact amount. Okay. That's something. And then you got the large steam boiler. Wait, how much is the large steam boiler? Is an upgraded version of the small bronze and steel boilers. It uses fuel 8 times faster than the furnace, but it produces 256 millibuckets of steam when fully heated. Unlike its single block counterpart, in the large steam boiler, 80% of any consumed heat will be lost. This means the ratio of energy produced by fuel consumed will drastically decrease when the output decreases below maximum. This will happen when the boiler is not used continuously at maximum output. What else have we got? Better multi-blocks, advanced machines, oil processing, diesel jetpack and tools. EBF, electric blast furnaces, the electric version of the steam blast furnace. It unlocks new recipes, and like other multi-blocks electric machines, its overclock is bounded to 128 EU per tick by default. The EBF is made of 1 layer of heat-proof machine casings, 2 hollow layers of copper nickel coils, and 1 other layer of heat-proof machine casings. Controller must go on the bottom layer and hatches on the top or bottom layer. Hey, Quiets, how are you doing? I hope you're here for a little while, because I actually need to go and take a break. You arriving has just reminded me of that. I'm sorry, Quiet. How are you doing, though? How was work? Hopefully not too much of a nightmare. Speaking of which, though, chat, I do need to go and take a short break. It will be a very short break this time. I'm just going to go downstairs and grab a drink. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you've got to do. Don't go too far though, because I will be back in just a few minutes. I am going to run some ads. I will only ever run these during the break though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a moment. Tired. What should happen? So we're all a little off. Oh yeah, you had the clocks went forward, didn't they? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yep, that's what it is, Rowan. Can't stand quiet. That's bullshit, and we all know it. All right, guys, I will be back in just a moment.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Right. Now, where were we? Thank you for the welcome backs. How are you doing, Em? That's still going. Are we... Oh, we ran out of the coke dust. Hold on. I mean, probably not going to get very far in terms of letting me know. Yeah, anyway. Right. Are you sitting in the car outside? Why are you sat outside, Em? How goes the MI? It's going all right. I'm just trying to figure out at the minute what their intended method of power management is, because it's such a weird system. It just doesn't make any sense to me how they've done it. Honestly, at this point, I'm feeling like my best method is literally to just, at this point, have a steam turbine for every fucking machine, because that's the only way to ensure that when it overclocks, it's always going to have enough fucking power. Such a weird system, though. I don't like the idea of essentially having to have like a turbine for each machine. It just seems so wasteful and excessive. But with the overclocking system, it's the only way I can see it working. Ah, it's so wasteful. How much you've got the... You've got these, haven't you? The LV storage units. How many amps do these output? Does it say in the guidebook anywhere? There's portable storage units. It's... No, I want to figure this out myself. It's like this... It's just... I think that part of the problem is I'm coming to this from a history of GregTech. I'm playing with GregTech, where the power system actually makes sense. Then coming to something like this, which is just a little bit... It's the fact that it's got variable power usage. It's such a dumb system. So it's completely unnecessary as well. Like, it's with modern industrialization, it feels like they've tried to improve upon GregTech and then just completely missed the mark. There are some really nice features with the mod. Like, I like the fact that you can just limit the amount of items that you want going into something. I know there is also the way that you can kind of... I don't know, I can't remember what the thing's called, but the overdrive module. Which means you can get it to keep its overclock. But in lieu of power. But it's just going to take a little bit of messing around and trial and error to do it, which is pretty much what I enjoy doing, so... I just need to figure... I think for request crafting... I'm wondering what I want to kind of know about is, and I can't find this this information. With these storage units, these are essentially battery buffers, right? But how much do they output? That's what I want to know. Like, all I want to know is like how how much power will these output? Will they output as much as you can give them? Will they output up to essentially 6 amps of LV because of the 6 batteries? That information isn't there. It's frustrating. I do also need to get more lead and antimony for more battery alloy. That is something I am realizing. But what I'm thinking is, if it can basically output 4 amps for each of them, for any of the request craftable things, which I want to set up for basically everything, we'll just set it up so if we have, essentially have a bunch of steam turbine, like just have 4 steam turbines, and then have those running into the battery storages, and then from the battery storages out to the sets of machines. That way, there should always be enough there for whatever request crafting things we have. I feel like that's not the intended method for this, for how they want it to work, but it's going to take some trial and error. I'll be honest, I wish I'd done this and gone through all this off stream. Because going through it on stream is painful, especially when there are people who have gone through it already and they want to tell you, this is how to do it. Thankfully, Banana, I like your approach to that, in that I have information if you need it, but only if you need it kind of thing. Anyway, right, let's try and... There's really not many hints on any of this either within the mod itself, which is freaking annoying. And I still keep opening up the quest book for absolutely no reason. Okay, so some of the things that let's look at the things that we need to automate for now, and we'll worry about. I feel like a lot of these things we probably want to have them not necessarily going constantly, but going as needed. So I'm assuming the analog circuits are going to be used in a whole lot of things. Yeah, and they're used in I'm assuming that's the next tier of circuits, the electronic circuits. And then the digital, they're using, yeah, okay, so things like that need to be essentially passived. And then things like the motors, I'm guessing they're also going to need to be passived. Because, yeah, the motors are used to make the large motors. Large motors are, I'm guessing, no, not to used to make another tier of motors, or are they just in an assembler? These for the advanced upgrades. But basically, the motors are going to need to be passive one way or the other. We say you want to go home and play PA2, but giving you brain power. I mean, you've got to go to class first anyway. Hopefully that'll kind of reset things a little bit. Is that like downloading more RAM, Rowan? You can do that, right? How do I want to approach this? My brain is just stuck in the GregTech mode of thinking. What have we actually got to look forward to? Stainless steel. Fun times. Yeah, there's really not enough information for this. Right, okay. What are the things that... Right, okay, let's think about it. What are the things that we're going to need to make lots of? Copper wire, those are easy enough. Although I say that, you technically need 2 machines for the copper wire, for the wiring. It just feels so wasteful having one machine for every single item. Oh yeah, the quests are incredibly lacking. They've got as far as doing to the Steam Age. That's it. I mean, the actual like making the machines and figuring out how they work is probably the easy bit. It's just for me, it's like the one thing. The power system is the one thing that I want to figure out. I don't want to make too much before I have a better idea of how I'm gonna handle the power. I mean, we've got transformers, right? So we can easily so basically what I guess we can do is once you've got to the highest tier of power, or the higher tier of power, and then you can just transform the power supply down from there. So you can transfer more power around. Also, I'm curious whether we can do a similar thing to what I did in All the Mods 9 with GregTech, just to make life a little easier. Can we transfer power? Can this natively transfer from RF to EU? Okay, that has power in at the minute. We're not going to do this, by the way, even if it does work. Right, so that's using power. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, that makes life considerably easier. If we were to do that, we don't even need to worry about powering it with EU. We just use RF for it. I mean, that makes that considerably easier. We're not going to do this, by the way. I want to figure it out, a way to use it from within the mod itself and how they intend it to work. It's very much cheating, I agree. I had a feeling that was going to be possible anyway, Banana. Because I want to learn the mod. I don't want to learn the hacky ways of doing things. I want to learn the intended ways. I'm honestly just thinking one steam turbine for every fucking machine. But the problem is, I guess at that point you then need to. Ah, so annoying. Because these cables can hold what, 256 EU? Yeah, like once you've played through it and you know the process, it's a different thing. That's why I was okay with using Flux Networks with GregTech in All the Mods 9. Because I've done it several times before. Oh god, how did you manage to do that, Em? And V, how are you doing? Okay. I'm assuming we can't hook up like universal cables to this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously? Oh, it's so dumb. It slipped.
Oh, I see.
We're not doing it.
Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiets. Enjoy class. Okay, well, at least if we need to, we know we have an easy way of doing this. Okay, so I'm going to try out my other idea there. Basically what I said before, make the battery storages for now, because basically what I'll normally do with request crafting things is have a bunch of machines for each step of it, basically. So a bunch of compressors, a bunch of the bending machines, a bunch of the wire mills, and then basically as we request items, they'll just get fed into those. usually we won't be in a position where we're going to be requesting enough items for it to be using more than 4 of the machines at once, but at least not for enough time for them to get past that. But hopefully, if we do, the battery buffers will give us a buffer, so to speak. So let's at least try that. It may not work. We will find out. So we want the LV storage units. Means we're going to need a bunch of redstone batteries. I had a feeling we were going to run out of those. We do have more of them. Why did I make tin curved plates? By the way, I am not considering this kind of cheating with it. This is just speeding up what's already there. You think you're making lime? Wait. Can't watch the shear anymore. I know, it's a hard watch. I'm aware of that craze. Hopefully you can see it in your heart to forgive me. Well, the charge pads charge things like the mining gadgets too. The pneumatic craft one, I don't think so. I think it will only charge anything that's... Or are we talking the mechanism one? The mechanism... I think the mechanism one will. Oh, are you inside already, Em? I had a feeling it would be, but I've not checked since it was addressed to you. Alright, we'll leave the rest of that battery alloy in there for now. You still need to tell me how much that cost, Em, because it's not a gift, it's me buying it. You bought it and then I'm paying you back for it, whether you like it or not. Right, okay, so we are going to need to make 2 more of these. I'm assuming we're going to need the redstone batteries as well. Oh, God, there's so many things we don't have. Alright, there we go. And there we go. Oh, okay, so they don't actually need batteries. They've already got batteries in them. They're the batteries that you use to craft it. Okay. That makes sense. If we move that then, and... I'm assuming that's an output as well. So... You can absolutely eat it, Rowan. I don't know what it tastes like or what its nutritional value is, but you can absolutely eat it. Ah, it's going to look so horrible. But then the idea would be that we'd have a bunch of compressors up there just so we can kind of... And then we can limit these to, say, 2 items. Not a huge fan of that, though. Can you input and output from the same sides of these? I'm not sure, Rowan. I'm going to guess yes, but I don't know. Uh... Oh, did you get a sponge? Oh, that's not fair, Guitar Lilin. I'm trying to think of like the best way to approach this, because my usual method with pretty much anything else would be to have a pan provider in the center and then 4 machines around the pan provider. And then power coming up from the sides. I guess there's one easy way to find out with that. Right. Okay, that's probably gonna waste a bunch of power. Unless it stores it. It does not. That's fine. Right, let's just try this. I feel like as we go progressing, this is probably gonna be better for us to have a machine for every single thing. Literally one for tin. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Before we do this, there's really not that many different plates, is there? Did you make the upgrades from Pneumatic Craft? Because I think those are the trigger point for the next tier. I'm so used to GregTech where there's literally like about 300 different types of plates. Whereas with this, there's what? One... If we just go with the large plates, because they're easiest to see. One... Oh, no, there's a few that aren't in there, so... Wait, there's no aluminium plate? Oh, god damn it. Let's just go with the large plates then, because the other ones are just not shown at the moment. Or the curved ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Probably missed a few. 8, 9, 10, 11. There's only like 11 different materials here. It actually wouldn't be that bad making one for everything. Again, it's my being so used to GregTech, where there's about 300 different materials. I guess that's one of the things that this does do slightly better, or slightly easier. Right, let's see if these can be... If these can work the way we want them to. Right, so we need... We just do a steel plate recipe. I don't really have steel plates or anything like that anyway, do I? No, I've got some crafted, but that's... doesn't really matter. If we do that, stick that into there. Set this to auto output. That should be auto outputting on the back of there. Okay, so step 1 is working all right. It's actually pushed it into there. Will it push it out again? Yes, it will. Okay. That's good. I do think, though, that we are going to need one machine for each thing, though. At least for the major ones we use. In AE2, basically use the middle mouse button or whatever your pick block button is. So if we've got, say, steel plates in there, if you use the middle mouse button or the pick block button, it'll bring this up. It's always the last thing you try, Craze. I've literally made no progress here. I really don't want to do it this way. I don't think that's the way to approach this. I think I'm just going to go with the 1 turbine per machine. And then for all the things that we need lots of, we'll just have one machine dedicated purely for that. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but that's the way we're going to do it. So first things first. But then again, if we do that, it's like request crafting no longer becomes a thing, does it? Is that a bad thing, though? Oh, this is driving me nuts. Fuck it. 1 turbine per machine. That's it. I'm making the decision. I'll probably change it again in 5 minutes, but for right now, that is the decision we're making. And we're sticking to it. Wait, where's my wrench gone? Put it away. Can we set the output side to there? We can. Oh, come on. That just looks weird. So, right, that's not what we need. What we... I think the thing that's putting me off having everything just passively running all the time, while we have the materials for it now, that's not necessarily the situation you would always be in. So I guess we just, I think we do go with the 1 turbine per machine. But I guess if we are doing request crafting with Applied Energistics, we can just have the interface or the pattern providers down the sides. And then, so long as the machine keeps running, I'm really struggling with this. Driving me nuts. But yeah, let's do this for now. Let's set up a machine, or at least let's set up. Let's do what I would do with Greg Tate. We'll set up 4 machines for each type of thing, basically. So 4 machines, 4 compressors, we'll do 4 of the bending machines, 4 of the cutting machines, although we're going to have to get a reliable source of lube for that. And then as far as the actual requesting items go, we'll probably just limit these to just one or two. And then we'll have the pan provider going into a chest, into a barrel, and then distributed from there. Yes, Hilarious. There is the IO machine. Where if I can find it? Yeah, not the spatial IO port, the ME IO port. So basically, all you do is, hang on, let me go back home. I've got one set up over here. Basically, all you do, say you wanted to take the items in this cell and deposit them elsewhere, or you've made a larger cell and you actually there is a few things that I wanted to do that with actually. So I can probably show you if you give me a second. Basically, say we wanted to store more ender pearls, for example, in a 256k drive. Make 256k item storage cell. And then partition as you normally would. Rename to... Oh, that didn't work, did it? Ender pearl. Find the old storage cell. Put the new one in, and then just take the storage cell that's got everything in, put it into here. And for some reason, it'll not work as intended. Why is it considering the work done? Huh. But basically, you do it that way. Usually, it should be, it should work when you've got it set to move to the other side when the work's done. Like once it's emptied it should move it over to that side, and then you can repurpose all the stuff from there. That's basically how it works. Although I am a little confused as to why that decided. Yeah, basically what Craze said. That's the general gist of it. Okay, so I think for right now we're just gonna have like one of each machine, and then we'll expand from there. If we set this up, and the good thing is we can pretty much expand to as many machines as we want. But we set this up like this. Get rid of those. Do I have any? Please tell me I have some framed stairs. I do. Right, if we do that, and then we'll put that in there. Nope, that is not right. We're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to move all these up by a block, I think, because we want to have that there. Yeah, this is gonna have to get moved up by a block. Yay! For misplacing shit. All right, and then have, say, compressor there. I do wonder whether it would still be better to use the storage units here. It's going to take up way more space, though, if I do that. And then we basically have barrel there. That would go into... I'll take the item... basically put the items to be processed into there. Obviously, we'll have to do this differently if we want to do anything that requires more than one item in it. And then we'll set that to... I actually don't know how quickly these will transfer items. So that's a blacklist. An output. The only thing here, though, that I've just realized is we still need to output from here back into the system. Sarge, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. How you doing, Sarge? Right. I guess we could... We make some red dye. I'm not sure how I feel about this. But we can always output from there. Let's try that steel plate recipe again. And actually connect this. Oh, my inventory is such a mess. Uh-huh. Oh, right, I never changed that one, did I? I always forget that it starts them in whitelist mode. Okay, so that'll be blacklist in there and blacklist there. Okay, so that should work, and then we'll just have to move the output around like that. It's kind of a janky way of doing it, but it'll allow us to add more machines onto there if we need to. So I think that's kind of the way we're going to do this for... If we use the compressors for, obviously, the plates, and then we need to make some of the bending machines. We need a wire mill. Embrace the jank. I don't like the jank, though. It's janky. All right, so let's make an electric bending unit. The thing is, though, like, I feel like we're going to need so many of these items that we really should be passiving them. Like, we're going to need so many of the analog circuits. And if we do them all just as request crafting, I'm second guessing myself here. I think this method will work, but I don't know if it's as good as it could be. Like, maybe what we do is we have these set up. These are going to be just essentially for if we ever need to request something where we don't have enough in stock already from passive crafting, we still have this available to make more, like, if needed. And then, like, somewhere over here, like, we'll set up an actual story system, an actual kind of passive system where all of the things that we need for the analog circuits are being passive crafted, and the analog circuits themselves are being passive crafted, and so on and so forth. I think we need to do that. But for right now, we're going to stick with this and just see how it goes, I guess. Right, so let's rename these to MI compressor, MI bender, I guess MI wire mill. What's the other one? MI cutting machine. Let's make a recipe for the copper wire. And a recipe for the copper plates. I'm curious how long this would take for us to get, say, 256, for example. Okay, so yeah, we are going to need to, if we want this to kind of work, we are going to want this to have a few additional ones in there, just to make sure it constantly runs. Oh, that was a bending machine, not a wire mill. Fuck. So yeah, this is the problem. Like, it goes at that normal speed to start with. Although again, when it starts, it's already overclocking at 4 times. Of the easy solution, basic energy cube. The other option is the portable charging thing from Just Dire Things. That works as well. Sorry, I probably should have mentioned that earlier. My head was in a different place. I was in the wrong place. You know what? Fuck it. We're just passiving everything. That's it. I don't know how we're gonna do the power for everything, or make enough steam to power everything, but we're gonna passive everything. Honestly, this is the first thing in a while where I've really not been sure of the right approach. Actually, quite kind of refreshing. But if, for example, if we wanted to passive, say, copper wire, it would need to be in the electric machine. It would automatically overclock it by. If we just assume everything's going to take be taking 32 EU per tick. But if we want to passive everything for this, no, that can't be the right approach. No, I think I'm going to stick with what we've got here. I know, right, Craze? I'm not very good at making them. I'm terrible at making decisions. Oh, this is... Speed, basically. Like, we're obviously going to need a ridiculous amount of analog circuits. And if we just have these request craftable, there's a good chance we're going to be waiting quite a while. Say we want to craft 256 of these, for example. If we're waiting for the copper wire and everything else, then we're going to be waiting a while for what we need. And if we need a lot of them, then having it passive would be a better idea. But then if you passive them, then you need to basically have 32 EU per tick available for every single machine at this LV. I did kind of do a hybrid of that, yeah. Not the worst idea in the world. But then I'd have to end up putting all this onto a subnet. I'm actually tempted to put it all onto a subnet anyway. Honestly. And that is probably going to wind up being the better idea. But then it does feel kind of wasteful, again, having the this here when we're only going to be using one. You end up using one channel. I think we'll stick with this approach for now, and then we'll kind of reevaluate later. I think part of where I'm kind of falling down a little bit here is... Wait, where did the rest of my analog circuits go? Did I use them all already? Holy shit. This is what I mean. Like, I've already gone through... If we're using one steam turbine per thing, it's an analog circuit for the steam turbine, and then an analog circuit for the machine hull, and then usually at least 2 for each machine. So that's for each setup, that's 4 circuits. So there's a ton of them you're going to need. And then it's just the fact that like, the sheer amount of power usage for each machine, or potential power usage. Like, each one is 32 EU per tick. At the minute, with what we've got at the minute, obviously we need to switch this out for something else very soon. But, like, 2 of these produce enough for one machine. And that's it. And the large bronze boiler, or the large boilers. Is there a large steel boiler? There is not a large steel boiler. But these produce 1,024 EUs per tick's worth of steam. Okay. But it does only get to maximum efficiency under continuous operation. But that's how many LV amps of LV would that be? 32. That's actually not terrible. So yeah, let's stick with this approach for now. It's pretty easily expandable. All we need to do is the one thing I will say is I think I would rather use laser IO to distribute items rather than oh, we can all okay. I didn't notice that we can increase the pipe speed with the motors as well. Hang on, have I got any motors? Because these take like a second or so before they transfer items. So trying to transfer one item into each machine. Two items plus 2 items every 3 seconds. So yeah, so it only transfers items every 3 seconds. So distributing items consistently is not ideal. I also don't know exactly how these work. Whether they will say it's going to output. Wait, how many items does it output? I'm assuming that's just priority system. So how many items does it output at a time? Because that just says +2. Do any of them tell you how much they actually transfer? They don't, do they? Mark II, they're 2 Mark III. Wait, 2 Mark III mining gadgets? Isn't 2 kind of overkill? You can only use 1 at once, Guitar Ellen. Oh, fuck it, it's fine. It'll be fine. Let's make a... We still need the wire mill. I'm just going backwards and forwards at the moment. And not actually doing anything. So I need to actually do something. One fortune, one silk touch, one. Can't you just have both upgrades in it and then change it in the menu for it? Or am I thinking of something else? Probably something else, honestly. I mean, that does make it a whole lot easier, and it's if you've got the resources for it, then why not? Oh, yeah, we need a lot more of these, don't we? Making one is not going to cut it, Chutch. Right, let's just go with my usual request crafting approach, and then just really hope for the best. I have also started playing Neotech as well to get another perspective on modern industrialization. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to differ to this. You know, kicks your butt. I mean, last time I tried it, I got as far as getting to electric machines, realized I hated the overclocking system, and then just couldn't bring myself to finish it. Or even get past that point. Actually, 3 diamonds, 2 iron, and go. Ah, so expensive then, Guitar Land. I mean, I'm not sure how you managed to make 2 of those. Seems overly extravagant to me. Okay. What am I wearing? I mean, it's kind of a personal question, Craze. At least keep that to DMs. As far as armor, well, my actual armor is, you can't actually see it, but it's unobtainium silent gear stuff. Cosmetically, though, it is the thermal springstone stuff from Eternal Starlight. But the actual armor I'm wearing just doesn't look overly exciting. The dire stuff's actually pretty good for as I understand it. And the fact that you can get flight with the Eclipse alloy stuff is pretty good. But it's probably a long way from the best armor you can get in the game, but it is very good. I just wish I could see the rest of it. I mean, look at all that. You can't even see like what this is made up of because it's horrible. Yes, that was how we initially got flight. That was how we initially got flight, and then I switched to, what did I go to after that? I think it was Apotheosis. We used after that. All right, so the wire mill. Now we can make a wire recipe. I'm realizing I really don't need the extended pattern providers, do I? Right, let's see. Oh, fuck, that's a annealed copper. I didn't even realize we had annealed copper in this. Right, so say we wanted 256 copper wire. How long is that going to take us? You need a better sword? My swords are also unobtainium. Silence gear stuff. Whoa, what the hell? that's fine. It's they're again not the most powerful you can get, but they can do up to about 9k damage. But they work. And this is another concern as well. Although I was going to say, like, if we can actually extract quickly enough. I'm curious, with the overdrive upgrades, it says it essentially uses power to keep the overclocking at maximum. Is that just saying it uses like the full 32 or however many it is, depending on the upgrades you've got per tick? Or does it use a fraction of it to keep that overclocking up where it's kind of at the highest, basically? But that took a while to get 256 copper wire. It did take a little while. I've been in two minds about getting the quantum armor. Yeah, that's kind of the way I read it as well, Banana, but like I don't like to jump to conclusions with these things. The other thing we're going to have to do is we are going to need to make sure we have a supply of lubricants. And that, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do. This is where having the machines connected directly to the pan provider is useful, because then you can just feed in lubricant with the recipe. But I guess what we can do is just have I mean, it doesn't take much. I think it uses like 1 millibucket of lubricant per recipe. Why not just make it? Honestly, I just haven't got around to it. The only thing that really... There was only a couple of things that really seemed, like, useful for me with it. The Pitcraft carts looked like it could be useful. And the portable cell workbench. I think those were the two things that I found could be useful. Possibly the flight drift card as well. If that does what I think it does. Yeah, removes flight drift. So essentially the kind of the inertia cancellation thing they used to have with the Draconic armor. The rest of it, honestly, doesn't really bother me much. I will obviously end up making it at some point or another. I mean, I can't imagine any of it's going to be difficult to make at this point, but just not really needing it right now. Anyway, cutting machine. That is the next thing we need, which means we need more of these. Also, I'm not going to make actual crafting recipes for any of these things. I am going to make assemblers. I am going to use assemblers for them. Yeah, the inertia cancellation was always really nice, especially for building. It took a little bit of getting used to, but it was incredibly nice for building. So 16, just do 16 of those. Oh man, I'm missing conveyors as well. Nice and easy at least. Oh my lord, I don't have a source of Invar? Wow. I guess I haven't really needed it for much. What are facades called? Should just be facades, but they will probably be hidden, Solarius. I'm pretty sure they are called facades. Yeah, they are called facades. The way you make them, though, is they're hidden in JEI, because basically if they're not hidden, it shows every single block as a facade, and it just massively inflates the amount of pages. But basically, all you need to do is get cable anchors. Cable anchors are made with just a quartz knife and pretty much any ingot. Have 4 of them like that, and then whatever block that you want to use for the facade in the center. And that will give you the facades. Well, they're not really everywhere, because chipped, they're all different variants. It's not the same block, it's different, it's variants of the block. So I'm okay with the chipped variants, because it means you can see without having to go into one of the chipped either tables or one of the portable ones to see what they look like. So those I'm fine with. But it's ones where it's just a cover of the block. It's the same texture as the other block, just in a tiny form. Did I? No, I didn't make it yet, did I? Right, what was I making? Oh yeah, I need Invar, don't I? I've realized that I do not have any Invar anywhere. And there's really not that many easy methods of doing it. I'm pretty sure I do have an alloy smelter, or 4 alloy smelters set up, so we may as well use those. There we go. We could craft the dust for a quick fix, but we do have the alloy smelters. So for this, I don't mind using something outside of modern industrialization. Right, okay, so we do need more diamond dust, though, and that we will do within here. I only need 4 of them for now. Oh, we've got some more coke dust. That can go into there. I kind of almost feel like we should be trying to use the outputs from the quarry. Right. There we go. We have a cutting machine. Am I restocking the time fluid? Export card. You could do, yeah. I'm not doing that though. Basically using an export card, setting it to time fluid, and then setting the slots. Actually, speaking of which, I need to clear these, don't I? To that. To the same number as whatever the time fluid is. Let me just clear all of those off, because that's bugging me. There we go. Alright, where was I? I was connecting these. There we go. This should all be set up properly. Okay, so the next thing is, how are we going to get... How are we going to get the lube in there? Well, we're obviously going to have to get creosote. Also, this is another thing that bugs me about the textures of this. All the Z fighting on it. It looks awful. But yeah, we're obviously going to have to get creosote over there. Except to make the lubricant, you just need creosote and redstone, or naphtha and redstone, or plant oil and redstone. How do we get plant oil? Centrifuging pretty much anything organic by the looks of it. That actually wouldn't be all that bad to do, would it? How do we make naphtha in this? Sulfuric naphtha and hydrogen. Sulfuric naphtha is distilled from crude oil or shale oil. Where do we get crude oil from in here? From shale oil. And you get that from oil drilling rigs. Okay. Fair enough. I do feel like plant oil is going to be the way to go, though. Although it does... You do make a little bit of a loss. So you're naphtha going in GTNH a week or so ago. GG. I do love the whole oil processing lines in GregTech. They're always fun to set up. Does everything give 300 millibuckets? No. Sorry. No, not everything does. Unfortunately, they are not organized in any way in terms of the amount of they output. All right, Craze. Enjoy. I'm not sure enjoy is the right phrase for it, but try not to hate it too much. Does that work? Of course, if we do this, this is also going to be a little bit extra power being used as well, or a little bit extra steam being used. What about the... Hang on. There are diesel generators as well, aren't there? I haven't even looked at these. I mean, we could severely up our creosote production. And use that, but I'm guessing that's not a great option. 160 millibuckets, 160 EU per millibucket. So say we use this. If we were to centrifuge coal dust, it's 30 seconds, 500 millibuckets. So how much is that? 160 EU per millibucket. So 80,000 EU every 30 seconds. Or roughly about 133 EU per tick, I think. That's really not a lot. Steam, I think Steam is considerably easier to scale. I think we do want to stick with Steam. We need to get the... You know what? I'm going to set up a sub-network for this. I think it's going to be worthwhile. We'll set up a sub-network for it. We'll just have an interface coming from the old network, and then we'll just make it so we can only see what we need. But then we can't... No, but if we do that, we can't request items from the sub-network. Oh, son of a bitch. Right, if we wanted to do a large bronze boiler, What would we need? Couple of analog circuits, a bunch of bronze. Exactly. It's going to be easier just to stay with what we've got at the minute. It's just going to be just considerably easier. But I do think the large steam boiler... Oh, I was looking at the advanced steam boiler before, wasn't I? The large steam boiler is only 256 EU per tick. Which is what, 8 machines? Yeah, that's only 8 machines worth of power. Is that even worth it? I guess it's probably more efficient than these. And just that is enough for only 4 machines worth running at any given time. That's what we've done else. That's what we've done in other places. And everywhere, but I want to be able to request it from here, basically. I want to be able to request craft things if I need to. It's kind of a workaround that we don't need to do, honestly, though. It's definitely not something that it's gonna be more trouble than it's worth doing it that way. It's gonna be easier just to keep it on the same network. What's actually really annoying is that we can't use view cells anymore. What it would have been nice to have been able to do would be to have a terminal over here with a view cell in it to only show what we want to show over here. But for some reason, while we can still make view cells, we can't bloody put them anywhere. There's literally no space for view cells in the portable terminals or the actual terminals. I don't know why they got rid of them, but they are no longer there. So I have no idea. Anyway, what we're gonna do, I think. Welcome back, Therian. I think what I'm gonna do, I think I am gonna make a couple of the large steam boilers, and then with the large steam boilers, we can then, just have a 256K storage cell for Steam. And then we can use interfaces to output Steam to wherever they need to go. Treble, how are you doing? Possibly, but you would have thought they would have just removed them. Because like, even if you look at the view cells here, it says view cells are used to filter the display of terminals. You partition them in a cell workbench, and then it tells you everything about them, but you can't actually use them. It's kind of weird. Anyway, bronze boilers. What are we going to need? We're going to need, if we do 2 of these, that'll be enough for 16 machines running at once. So let's go with that. We're going to keep what we currently have, though. Any comment you can find about view cells was something isn't working right and only shows up in certain UI scales for some reason. Yeah, it could be that then. That would make sense, I guess. Still annoying, but it is what it is. All right, so we need 2 of those. 2 of those. 2 of those. And 2 of those. What else do we need? So 4 bronze pipe machine casings. Uh, 48 bronze plated. Sorry, 48 bronze plated bricks. Ouch. More fire clay needed. I will say the resource requirements in this are significantly higher than GregTech. At least in the early game. Just to make sure we have the same idea. Pattern provider with the patterns on your quantum ring. Barrel against it. Storage bus import only. Slapped against that in a subnetwork. Wait, hang on. Let me request on that subnet. Instructing the pattern provider and your MI machines. Yeah, the only way you're going to be... You'd have to have multiple... You'd have to have multiple barrels and multiple pattern providers there. Which just seems pointless, honestly. View shell... Oh, hold on. So you can get it to show up. What the fuck? What the shit? I mean... I mean, that's actually not the worst thing in the world. Like, I'm assuming we can just basically change to this GUI scale and then put the view cell in and then change back again. It'll still be fine. So it does at least work and does show up. It's just not where you expect it to be. So weird. But the thing is, though, how does it know? So, but how is it going to, like you say, how is it going to know which machine it needs to go to? Like, if it's out, if your pattern provider is outputting copper, how does it know whether it wants, if it's going to be there to make rods, plates, wires? Middle click, Celerius, or whatever you have as your pick block key. You're literally the second person to say the exact thing. Like, there's the one thing that you didn't try. Yeah, a lot of things you need to. There are like copper plates, there are copper rods, there are copper wires, there are copper rings, and not all of them do. Like the ingots, the only place they will tend to go is to make plates, but the plates can be used to make rings, and they can also be used to make wires, and they can also be used to. And then, oh no, you can put the ingots in to make rods as well. But then the rods can be used to make. It's more awkward than it's worth to set up. Honestly, an interesting idea, but it's more awkward than than necessary to set up. At least in my opinion. So it's a little awkward. But this is why I like to experiment with stuff like this and like to mess around and try stuff out. Because it means I get to learn more about how various things work. And while I may be getting frustrated with this now, it's once I do get my head around how it works, it will be considerably better. Hopefully, anyway. Right, heat-proof machine casings. Okay, so we are going to need a bunch of Invar as well. So if we just do another 512 of those and let that run while we're waiting. Think about it more. You think a downgraded barrel for each output is what you're going to go for? I mean, that should work. I think, anyway. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I could quite easily, with the resources I have and the ability to make resources in this pack, I could quite easily just passive craft everything. Yeah, I figured what you meant. I figured that was what you meant everywhere. Like, I could quite easily passive craft everything, but I'm trying to work within the bounds of modern industrialization rather than within the bounds of all the mods, if that makes sense. It's like, rather than working with the resources I have from all the mods, just like not. Cause I don't know. I feel like I'm not gonna learn the mod if I cheese loads of it. Bits of it, okay. Loads of it, I'm gonna try and avoid. But yeah, it's. I can't work out at the minute though whether I'm frustrated with modern industrialization or if I'm enjoying the challenge. I think it's a little bit of both. Hey, but at least you learn from it though, right? And that's the best thing about all this is, like, if you learn from it, then it's not a mistake. Right, how many of these do we need? 48, was it? Yeah, 48. Wasn't a great mistake. You just added it to an enemy request and put in a high number. Ah, okay. Oh, I ran out of bronze plates again. Oh, I'm going to take that out of there. Wait, can we put multiple motors in a... Okay, so they can stack. Good to know. We don't need them to at the moment, but it's good to know. So wait, if these normally take 10 seconds, 4 times the speed is going to be 2.5 times. So it's going to take 2.5 seconds. Hold on, let me double check that. No, 5 seconds. So it's going to take... So 4 times the speed, which is what it starts at, it's going to be, what, 1.25 seconds per... These machines are actually pretty quick, honestly. Although I guess we do need to make sure that it keeps the items in there. So one thing, I'm not liking the pipes. The fact that they only work every 3 seconds, I don't know if there's a way to speed that up either. You can change the amount of items that it outputs, but I don't know if you can change the rate at which it outputs. And this is actually one of my problems with Super Factory Manager as well. Although it's less of an issue with that because you can do distribution of items in other ways. Or even distribution of items. Alright, so invar plates as well we're going to need. If we just say 256 of those. We are going to need 18 of these in total. So we're going to need 18 of the gears. And then now we're waiting for these. Which even at 16 times the speed is really not that great. But this is why we need more of the compressors, which we will have soon enough. But we just need to get the basics going first, I guess. I'm kind of imagining at the moment that there are people here who know this mod considerably better than I do. That are just like, what the fuck is he doing? Oh yeah, of course, as soon as you change the recipe as well, it doesn't matter if the machine is still going, it only overclocks that way when it's processing the same recipe. As soon as you switch to a new one, the overclock returns to default. So again, this is another reason to have a machine for everything. But I guess once you get the quarries up and running, you probably can do that quite easily. I mean, those drills have lasted so long. We only put 32 of them in there. Oh, the processing arrays. Yeah, they have those in with GregTech as well. I'm assuming if they work in the same way, it's basically a case of... If they work in the same way as the old processing arrays, you'd put like a number of that machine into the processing array, into an input slot on the processing array, and it would work as though it was that many machines. Yeah, we're a long way off processing arrays yet. We are quite a way off processing arrays. But we're not sticking to one machine anyway. The whole point of, the whole idea of this setup is so we can expand it. Like if we want to add more compressors, we can just basically add more on top of here and then distribute the items between them. Entire shelves of machinery, realized a bit too late. Jackie, how are you doing? It's always nice to see you. I hope you are doing well. Alright, let's see. Do we have enough for this yet? 18. Yes, we do. Beautiful. Right. We'll set these up over here because why not? If we do... I'm assuming these are 3x3s, and I'm assuming that the controller goes there. That would be correct, but I'm also going to assume that these need to be the heat-proof machine casings. Oh, I've done it again! I've done the exact same thing I did with the rest of these. I didn't account for inputs and outputs. Ah, shit. So I'll be cleaning out your shed and double cleaning the whole apartment as well. Well, it's like a lot of things. Like once you get started, like it's easy to just carry on. It's a good thing as well. One of your first holiday, you went to London? Oh, nice. Whereabouts did you go in London? And holy shit, he's 16. How the hell did that happen? Right, I'm going to go ahead and assume for the steam boilers, we just need a fluid input, a fluid output, and an item input. So fluid input, fluid output, and an item input. Although we're going to need going to need more of these, aren't we? I mean, they do tend to do that. Unfortunately, time affects all of us, as I'm discovering recently as well. Time sucks. If time could just stop and we just not get any older, that would be amazing. Will affect you Sunday? Oh, is it your level up day on Sunday, Therian? Right, if we do fluid output there, and the other one will go there, and then fluid input there and there. And then we're going to need item inputs as well, so I guess we may as well do those here. Now, I can't actually tell. I'm actually no, these have definitely formed, haven't they? Oh, I mean, I'm assuming when you say a man, not just mini man. I'm assuming another one. Okay, right. Let's grab a covered cable. Let's use this one for now. Not just mini man. Ooh. I hope that's went well. I feel like I've done this on the wrong... Oh, fuck off. Did I run out of... did I just scroll off the... No, I ran out of green dye. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, no, no. Ignore me. I am full of shit. Right, so... If we just put... an interface on here... Went really well. Ooh. I'm glad it went well. Max speeds are quite strong. Yeah, they really are. I'm really glad it went well, Jackie. It's about time. About time something went your way. Right, so we are going to need to output water and coal. No, not charcoal. Just regular coal. I don't know if I have... I don't know how much coal I actually have, you know. Not much. In the grand scheme of things. Sarge, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing, Sarge? How was the stream? Thank you quite... Wait, I thought you were at school. School, college, whatever. Good evening, Beetle. How was the stream, Sarge? What were you working on today? He's a wonderful person. Same, he doesn't live in the UK. Yeah, long distance relationships are always difficult, but they can definitely be worth it. And Erwin as well. Hello, Erwin. Should go home and finish lunch. Well, welcome back, Quiet. Thank you for that follow as well. For those just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva. I am a fellow mob stream team member. We're currently playing a little bit of All the Mods 10. I forgot the name of it for a second then. Messing around with modern industrialization, trying to get my head around it. It is a very different way of thinking. A little bit digging. You managed to play without seeing seeing too much squirrels. Hey, you're doing better than me today then. I've been squirreling a lot. Far too much, in fact. Alright, we are... So yeah, we're trying to just get started with the electric machines. I'm not the biggest fan of modern industrialization's way of handling power. More accurately, the overclocking system. So there is a little bit of complaining going on. Right. Need to store that. So yeah, at the minute we're just trying to get the basics set up. No distractions, Em. I'm having enough trouble kind of concentrating on this at the moment as it is. No distractions. Right, I've just realized I'm going to have to move this and set it up again. I need to make sure these are set to auto output. Perfect. And then if we go with, we don't need the tin cable right now. We do need the fluid pipes. If we, just to be on the safe side, we will filter this for water. And set that to output. Perfect. And then I'll put this to whitelist coal. And then we may as well whitelist these ones as well. Okay. I mean, the door's shut and you can dance around out there all you like. I'm not going to see. Does you want to hear Em bang on my door? Well, Em's welcome to come in and say hello if she wants to. The thing is, she'll go all shy if you tell her she can do that. Oh, wait, that's a concern. Oh, okay. That's actually a little concerning. Why is that doing what it's... Huh. Where did my Steam storage cell go? I definitely made a Steam storage cell, right? Oh, I did. I just put it back in the wrong place. That's why. That's better. Right, I have a feeling we are going to need to get some peer-to-peer tunnels going in this area before too much longer. That sounds like a challenge. I mean, like I said, you're welcome to come in and say hello, Em. I am perfectly okay with it. Oh, I do hear movement, so... There she is. Ooh, I have presents. You still need to tell me how much this cost.
Nope.
Hold on.
Jackie, about 2.5 hours.
Ooh.
Hey, quiet.
Yeah, what would you even call this? Thermos?
And the Yoki thermos.
Yeah, a thermos cup flask thing. So basically I can put larger amounts of tea in this and it won't go cold. Thank you.
Hey, there he is.
That made a very weird noise. It's really
hey,
nice.
Lillian. This is super weird.
Why is it weird? See, you feeling all self-conscious now?
A little bit.
I thought you might. But this is Em, everybody.
Hey, everybody. I didn't fool thee. Yes. There is
yeah,
no time.
you did drop your phone on your foot earlier.
I did. It hurt.
I mean, if you will drop your phone on your foot.
And I managed to find where the screws are as well.
What, on your foot?
Yeah.
I mean, we've probably got a metal detector downstairs somewhere. We can find them with that.
Yeah, but I found them with the phone. Anyway,
Well, I need to go on a break in a second anyway. I'm almost on time today as well.
Why did you shout me out?
She did, yes. Don't know why.
You'll be looking for my streams for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
Jackie, don't lie. It's rude.
I agree, Jackie. Probably not. I don't know. Try it again. No. If you see the little green bar in the middle there, going now, that's what's getting picked up. Right. Anyway, speaking of that, I am going to go on a short break. See, Jackie says so, so you know it's got to be true.
I mean,
And as we established the other day, nobody lies on the internet, so.
this is true, and I'm not arguing with Jackie.
Loving life, hello, how you doing? And Alexis, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. They are very much appreciated. Right, I am going to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours, just stretch my legs, grab myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you're going to do. Don't go too far though, because I will be back in just a few minutes. It will be a very quick break this time. But I will see you all in just a moment. I'm not going to try my new toy yet. That'll mean kind of boiling the kettle, and I can't be bothered to do that just yet. And I need to kind of rinse it out and stuff first as well. But I will be back in just a moment. And then hopefully we should have a decent amount of... I've already got a decent amount of steam. So yeah, I will be back in just a moment. Oh, I am going to run some ads during the break as well. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. Don't be trying to... I know, that'll be on a different stream on a completely different site, V.
I don't even want to know.
All right, guys, I'll be back in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Em. I've literally just left you in the other room, but... All right. How are we doing for Steam? I mean, that's coming in at a reasonable rate. I think we want to... I think I want to keep these running for now, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to get... I think I am going to set up a peer-to-peer tunnel. One for this side and one for that side for now. And I think what I'm going to do, like anything that we have passively generating, I'll try and keep over on this side of the room. And anything like request craftable or anything like that, we'll have over on this side of the room. I haven't been throwing glue, Guitar Lilin. I promise. Bad, how you doing? No, M's not... I wouldn't say M was nice for that reason. M's just shy. And gets very self-conscious. Which is fair. Alright, we are going to find roughly the center of here. Which will be... Wait, how far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So if we assume that this is roughly the center, I'm going to put that there. We're going to have a peer-to-peer tunnel there. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. You know what? I think I'm gonna stick a waystone in here as well. Probably gonna be easier. Right, if we go... Wait, where do I need to go? ME controller. Can't believe how few peer-to-peer connections I've used this time. Okay, so that top one is going to be for the request crafting stuff. And then the bottom one is going to be MI passive. Tell them when you're randomly interrupting. I mean, you say that, Em, but I'm pretty sure they would. I'm sure they would. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't complain, certainly. Oh, come on. Did I run out this time? I think this time I might actually have ran out. Yep, I ran out. There we go. Right, that's better. I mean, chat would probably enjoy that considerably more. Should we just bring that across there? Ah, crap. I'm stuck. Ah, there we go. I'm free. There we go. Okay. This is going to be a little bit more of a pain to sort out. Because we don't want this to be disconnected until we are ready. Which is going to make this essentially awkward. Hopefully that didn't cause too many problems. Still working? You are. I don't know how quickly we're going through coal or anything in this, by the way. I mean, if we're going through it, we're not going through it quickly. I think we're going to be alright for now. You want to meet too, but not sure where you'd stay. I mean, you'd want to meet M, not necessarily me. I'm annoying. Hang on, where are we? This being a shrimp Alfredo, only having 2 tiny shrimp feels very misleading. That does feel pretty misleading. We'll turn on chat scam. You'll make t-shirts with the stream logo and we can all commentate. And the worrying thing about this is, I imagine that is precisely what Quiet would do as well. Nah, you're not annoying, Jackie. Don't be silly. Alright, we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Probably will need that at some point in the not too distant future. And we want to keep those as well. Okay, right. You know what? While we're doing this, I don't think we really need to have all of the backpacks on us. Or pretty much any of the backpacks. Only really when we're out and about that those are useful. Right, okay, what we needed to do, though, is set up... Let's do this over here. Set up another interface over here. I will bring that over. There we go. I was wondering why that wasn't actually coming into that. All right, so if we get Steam from here and output that. Yeah, let's do input and output. That way we can still have... Actually, no, we'll just set that to output. And get rid of this lot. Then we can still keep this Steam for what we've got going on over here for the time being. But the rest of it can go into this.
Running away! You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, Therian. If we don't see you again, I'm sure I will see you again in Discord soon. the very least. Right, okay. We still got to get the lubricant sorted out. We need to sort out lube. Which, come to think of it, I should probably move this over here instead. That way we can send the lube out through here as well. Oh, I fell in a hole again. We need steam. We will make sure we filter that as well. Water aerobics. Oh wait, have you forgotten to go, Guitar Lilin? Did you get caught up with Ocean Block by any chance? Right, okay, so we need to sort out lube. So, what is our easiest method for doing this? Honestly, setting this up on with a Steam one is probably going to be easier. Is it a threat or a promise, Jackie? I guess we want to just keep going with the creosote because we kind of need the coke dust anyway. Right, so can we make the redstone control modules? We can. Fantastic. Right, let's move this. I probably just trashed a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't want to trash, but that's fine. Right, we'll put this over here. Oh, I have no idea what happened there. A little weird. Okay, so we need item input. Guess we can put item input there. We don't need a fluid input, do we? Oh, no, we do for the steam, don't we? Okay, so maybe we put the fluid input there. Item input there for the coal. Can we... We can't turn these off with a redstone signal, can we? I guess we want... That's awkward. Well, I guess we do item output and fluid output there. Apologies if it seems like I'm like ignoring chat at the moment. I'm just trying to concentrate. And you guys seem to be enjoying yourselves anyway. How do we want to do this? I think I actually want to change this around a little bit. And we'll put Both inputs on this side. Both outputs on this side. There we go. And we need steam. Need to filter that for steam. One streamer asked you to calm yourself down. You were too provocative. I mean, that sounds like a them problem, Jackie, honestly. Nope, you've got to do homework, Quiet. Homework is important. And then you can play Minecraft afterwards. How about that? Is that acceptable? Actually, if we go coal and coal dust in here, because outputting either of those would not be a bad idea. Right, then output coal. Hmm. Oh, right, that's why. I was going to say, why are we not outputting coal? Because I've not set the interface to output coal. That would be why. Oh, actually, I think we want to... Because this is basically going to be our method of creating a few different things. One of them being... I think we need the outputs of these elsewhere. One of them being lubricants. So we actually want to remove those and put them over here, I think. Put fluid out and item out. Should play this Skyrim pack, and every time you die, you have to do 20 minutes of homework. V, you would be forever doing homework if that was you. I know how much you like to die. Or at least you seem to. Okay, right, so item output is going to end up being... Wait, fluid output. Okay, fluid output first of all. The fluid output is going to be going, which is the creosote, that'll be going into a mixer. I feel like a steam mixer is probably going to be honestly fine for this. And we are going to use this one. Because that was pretty much what it was used for in the first place. So the steam, that will go into there. That will send the creosote out to there. We'll send that along with some steam. I do also need to output redstone to there as well. So if we log that, does that mean that we can't put any... what the hell does that mean? I mean, does that mean that's locked then and nothing more than that will go in there? I'm hoping so. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, good. So that will stay just until 16. And then you've got the lubricant there, which we somehow need to get back over to here. Unless we just use another interface for the inputs. I guess would work. All right. I mean, just to let us know you're still there, quiet. Injecting something obnoxious. I expect nothing less from you. Miniman hates homework, especially now it's his GCSE year. The thing is, though, once he gets a little bit older, Jackie, he'll be wishing he was back in his school years again. I know I bloody do. Okay, right, so that's creating lube for us. Then the Coke will need to go into a macerator, which we're going to make another one, I think. We'll go into a macerator and then into another mixer. Oh, wait, there's a large steam macerator? Ooh. Hold on. Can run macerator recipes in batches, running batches up to 8 at 75%. Oh, okay. Hold on. What other large machines have we got? I mean, the boilers, diesel gens. Wait, hold on. What was the actual name of it? Large steam macerator. Is that from an add-on? Oh, extended industrialization. Okay. Oh. There's really not that many. There's a large electric furnace, large electric macerator, and that's pretty much, then the steam versions of those as well. That's pretty much it. Coke and lube. I mean, that's all we've been doing today is Coke and lube. Loving life. You've missed a lot. This pack's a lot meaner, but also like dying and accepting death are two different things. That's true. That is true. Right, anyway, macerator. We can't just go straight to the other one. Steel one. Right, so if we set this up, doesn't really matter how. Uh-huh. So that will go into there, and then we need to auto output that. That will macerate that into coke dust. Hey, I'm absolutely living my best life with those, Jackie. I finally move away from Ender.io machines and go mech. Good choice, because Ender.io kind of sucks in 121. What's the new power source, Sato? I do want to Love in Life. I'm kind of gutted that they added updated it now because we just got started looking at modern industrialization, and I don't want to stop doing this just yet. But I also really want to play with the new Create stuff. Spirited Power Reactor, not a bad choice. Okay, so this is going to need to get rotated. If we output to there. This is all going to be, honestly, absolutely horrible, by the way. That will get us the raw synthetic oil. We're then going to have to move this. I'm getting right sure you haven't went for the wither yet. I mean, that's fair. I'm aware the shape's invalid. You're fucking invalid. Oh, wait, hold on. Goes on the floor, doesn't it? Alright. So this is going to want to output there. Into an input hatch. We're then also going to have to bring steam over here. Into that input hatch. And then I guess we want to do... Oh, we need to output it again to another mixer, don't we? Synthetic oil will go into the mixer to turn into synthetic oil. Synthetic oil can then get combined with sulfur to turn into synthetic rubber. And I guess we probably want to just store the synthetic rubber. Honestly. Yeah, I am a huge fan of the new Create stuff. It's so nice. Right, okay, so that is outputting synthetic oil to there. And then we just got the fluid output. I don't think what the easiest way to do this is going to be. So the fluid output will go into a mixer along with sulfur. I guess we do it over here. Oh, and I've just realized that's going to be really awkward because that's not at the right freaking height. Well, that's awkward, isn't it? And that's just wasted a whole bunch of stuff. Why can't we just put the input hatches at any freaking height? Why do you have to be like this? Why do you have to be awkward? Okay, let's try that again. So if we do a fluid input there and a fluid input there, then we're going to have to do that. That'll put the synthetic oil in there, and then bring steam into there. Um, going to steam into there, and then I guess the item output there. Whoops, a daisy. And the item output there. Oh, sorry, fluid output there. Which will go into another mixer, which we are going to go and steal from here. No, it's just the power reactors, unfortunately. No draconic ones as of yet. Not in all the mods 10, at least. Okay, and then that will auto output to there. I really should have done all this cabling below the ground, shouldn't I? Looks so bad. Actually, you know what? I'm assuming I can cardboard box these. I'm actually gonna, I think, put this down here. I'm trying to get it so we can get as much as possible going into like one place. That will take the synthetic oil. Then we've got the lubricant. If we put an interface in here. Oh, there they are. That's fine. And then we output sulfur to this. We're going to need a couple of 256k storage things. One for lubricant, one for lubricant, one for synthetic rubber. It will be synthetic rubber we get out of this, right? I'm pretty sure. Why have I got raw synthetic oil in there? Huh. I have no idea how that got in there. We have stuff for dinner already. How can you easily make big gaps in the world then? I don't know about easily, but there are nukes. Sarge. Why is Discord being a gobber? Because Discord is about the best I can say with that. Just because Discord. You did hear nukes. There are industrial foregoing nukes. Enjoy. Ah, that's why it wasn't bloody working. Well, yeah, so that'll give us synthetic rubber. So we need lubricant. And synthetic rubber. Why waste money if you can get chats to cook for you? It's not even cooking. It's literally we've got a quiche and some other bits and pieces that we said we were going to have tonight downstairs. You want... Christ. Are you going to complain until I agree, I mean, at the end of the day, I can't stop you from doing this. It is your money at the end of the day, but... You know my thoughts on the subject. Right, output, whitelist. Okay, and then we get fluid pipes. And then we output and output. Hopefully this will still allow me to move both of these. It's not looking like it will, though. Oh, it'll only take one fluid type. Okay. Slight change of plans. How do I keep getting the inputs going back into the... Or the outputs going back into the inputs, and how do I get that out of there? Does anybody know if modern industrialization has anything like the universal cells from Greg Tech? Which can hold partial amounts of fluids. Like, can we just do it with a tank? And again, lubricant's gone back in there as well. In fact, this is going to stop working because lubricant's gone back in there. What the shit? Actually, don't know how that happened. This is why I should lock certain things. Okay, but hopefully now that should be fine. We have got a little bit of synthetic rubber in there. We have got a little bit of lubricant in there. Whether we will continue to get more lubricant and synthetic rubber will remain to be seen. It would appear that we are. Oh, you sent me a boob pic. Let me see, hold on. I need to watch that movie again. It's been a while since I've seen Aliens. Alright, where were we? I mean, absolutely, Jackie. Is that even doing anything? Oh, no, it's got no... Oh, no, it won't have any steam, will it? we go. Would explain it. Perfect. Okay, right. Now we also have lube. I've got to stop typing it in as lube because, funnily enough, it's not in the in here as lube. It's in as lubricant. Fluid pipes. I guess we go with the green ones. Filter that. That is not where that's meant to go. Oh, crap. It'll take me a while to get used to these pipes. Holy shit. Okay. Now we've got some lube going in there. Could have gave it an abbreviation like KY. I mean, you'd know what it was. If nothing else. I need more fluid pipes. That'll do. Okay, right. We are bound to meet with the definition of the thingness of things. I mean, that sounds like a smart person. That's the kind of thing a smart person would say. I mean, you're not wrong, Solarius. Okay, we're getting our synthetic rubber in as well. Ooh, we've got like another 16 buckets of synthetic rubber there. Beautiful. Okay, right, where were we? So we've got some of the basic stuff sorted out. We've got compressors, bending machines, wire mills, cutting machine. We can expand these upwards as needed. Okay, right, so what else do we need in terms of making like the analog circuits, for example? We need to be able to make rubber sheets, so we are going to need to set... This one's going to be a little bit more tricky because we're going to need to set mixers up as well. And mixers obviously are going to need to take multiple things, and we can't easily distribute stuff between them since they have more than one input. So we kind of need to have a interface or a pattern provider rather for each one of these. But that should be fine. I'm not getting all the rubber yet. We've only got a little bit of rubber right now. I need help with more rubber. I guess things like the mixers, we probably... Things like the mixers, I guess we probably want to have actually like towers. With these, and we're gonna have to figure out a way of making these towers work the way we want them to. So basically we'll have just one mixer to start with, but then we can add more of them. But we need to be able to figure out how we're going to power these. Oh, I've got quite a bit of latex. I've got like 1,827 buckets of latex. We got all of the latex. Right, do we have... There we go, our LV storage unit. So if we use the LV storage units, if we make like 4 of these and put them in the corners... Oh yeah, that's obviously not going to work, because that's a steel mixer. We don't want a steel mixer. We need a electric mixer. Which, of course, needs a whole bunch of stuff that we don't have. Obviously. Alright. I will get these, like, I will get the, at least the analog circuits requestable by the end of the stream today. They will be requestable by the end of the stream. Actually, that's a lie. They probably won't be, honestly. Not the rate I'm going. But we've got time. We're not in a rush to do this. Right. So if we just grab... We need more battery alloy. Set up a bunch of extractors for making snowballs to feed your matte condenser. That works. What are you making, Celarius? Is this for singularities? Oh, don't need that. There is a faster way if you're interested in it. I'm not gonna go out of my way to say how to do it unless you want to know, though. There is an insanely fast way of doing it. Provided all you need is... You're interested? Okay, right. I've got to see if I can make sure... It takes a little bit of setup. Do you have an infinite cobble or infinite water cell? Oh no, hello. How you doing? Or do you have the ability to make an infinite cobble or water cell? You don't, or you don't... You don't have them, or you don't have the ability to make them. Because they're actually kind of cheap. The cobble one is just a 16K storage component, a couple of water buckets, lava bucket, a few diamonds, and some quartz glass. You can make them. Okay, that's basically that, and the IO cell that you had are basically the only things you need. So if you get yourself an infinite cobblestone, an IO port. Acceleration upgrades are useful. But there's also what's called a void cell, which you should also be able to make. It's just 16K storage component, a couple of destruction cards. There is a void cell. And the void cell, if you right-click it, allows you to make either trash items that are configured with it, make matter balls, or make singularities. You take that, then you stick it in a cell workbench. Say what you basically want to feed into that. In this case, cobblestone. And then... I can't remember if you... I did this on a sub-network. I don't know if you need to or not, though. I think you might need to, just to be on the safe side. But basically, if you set up just a secondary network somewhere, all you need to do for that is... have a piece of quartz fiber going off somewhere, wherever. You can set it up with another controller or an energy acceptor. Those work as well. Put your I/O port on. You do need a drive. Just any ME drive will do. Put your void cell into the ME drive. Cobblestone into there. And hopefully... it will not work. Basically, the idea is that you're essentially feeding the... oh, there we go. Yeah, it is working. It's just working slowly. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised how slow that is working. Ah. Have they changed this in some way? Because there's a reason that I have 1.3 billion singularities. I am actually indeed slouching on it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's up to 8, 9. This is actually going incredibly slowly, and I'm genuinely not sure why. Oh god, what did I'm curious now, Guitar Lilin. I wonder if it is a an energy thing. It's not transferring enough power, because it does take quite a bit of power. Let me try this. See, now I'm curious as to why this is not working as well as it did last time I tried it. Interesting. Possibly would make it faster. Hmm. Hold on. Where's the extended AIO port? But it would you could literally get thousands of them in seconds. Have we got an upgrade kit for these? I don't know, but we haven't got a recipe for it yet. Hold on. Let me fix this. Yeah, this was considerably faster before. I feel like I am missing something here with it, and I'm not entirely sure what. Try the extended one. Now it's just running out of power. See, that's a bit more like it, but even so. Hey, don't you go shark napping my emotional support shark. We've been through this. But yeah, you can get it to go particularly quickly, but this is draining 128,000 RF per tick. I'm very curious why this is not as fast as it was. Let's try with the infinite water cell. See if that makes a difference. Did I not take it out? I did not. Really curious about this now. Where's my other one? I'm curious what I did differently. Nothing different in there. Also now don't know where the gap was. There it is. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. I mean, that's probably more than you'll need at most points, but it has significantly slowed down. I'm going to have to go back through the change logs, I think. At some point in the future and figure out when that changed or what I'm doing wrong. Or what I wasn't doing before. Or was doing before and not this time. Very strange. Either way, that should help speed it up a little bit at least. But before, it was literally going at hundreds of thousands in a matter of minutes. I don't know what changed. Anyway, right, where were we? We were not meant to be here. Okay. Smells broke your helmet, so now you have to make a new... Hold on, let me see. Let me catch up with some... I asked a bunch of questions, and then I completely forgot. If you put 6 infinity... Yeah, you shouldn't need to do the 6 infinity cells. I'm genuinely curious, though, why it changed. Maybe they've somehow changed the input rate on the void cells. So I'm gonna have to look into that because I'm very curious. If I missed anything over the last few minutes while I was looking at that, I apologize. Please feel free to kind of repost it. I did get a little sidetracked there. Right, okay, so I think this is how we're going to attempt to do this. But we're going to need to have 4 different of these LV storage units. Right, we need battery alloy plates. We have not got a huge amount of battery alloy, but hopefully we've got enough for what we want to do. Oh, I did make a bending machine as well, didn't I? Yeah, that's right. We did make a bending machine. Right, is it any cheaper? No, honestly, I was gonna say I was gonna start doing a bunch of the try and do as many of these recipes as I can in assemblers. But honestly, there's no point. I don't think if we can craft this for the same costs, we might switch things over later. But for right now, I think we just want to use this. What about the tin cables? Are those going to be any cheaper? So 30 millibuckets of synthetic rubber as opposed to... Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, hold on. 12 of those, we'd need 6. 30 millibuckets as opposed to 50 millibuckets. It is slightly cheaper. I think for right now, we'll use this recipe, though. If we can actually craft all this stuff. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to. We will see. Recipes that use solder are cheaper. All right. So, what was I making? We're going to need to make 3 more of these. So, 6, 12, 18. 18 more or 16 more, I guess. Right, what does it need to craft? Oh, the battery alloy plates. Oh, which we had a bunch of in there already. Well done. Right, what are we short on? Tin cables. It is a fairly chunky compact machine. You're not wrong. Oh, we're going to need another 6 of those as well, aren't we? But these are the soaring ones. Definitely feels like overcompensating. And then there we go. If we do that, we're not going to have too many things. Outputting to here. Please tell me I can put this on the top. I can. Fantastic. We're not going to have too many things going up, going through these because we can only really run a few. All right. So what do we need? Interface. So if we have that there. Hook that up to there. First quest reward gives you energy cubes by the dozen. Now you made 2. Always. Oh, we've already got the synthetic rubber being passively crafted at this point, and lube as well. Although we're not getting much lube in. Mostly because this is slow as fuck. Yeah, we are getting lube into there. I feel like there's a few other bits that I'm missing, but I mean, the good thing about the lube is you don't need a ton of it, at least not at the moment. We can scale up as we go, and we're at the end of the day, as of right now, we are simply just experimenting, finding out how things work. Like, I'm not expecting to do things perfectly yet. Wait, why can I not? I'm a moron. Why did I think that would work? Huh. Larvey, Snook as well. How are you doing? Holy shit. It is always good to see you again, Snook. Right. I genuinely don't know what I was thinking there. My brain is... I've kind of... My head's going in about 5 different ways at the minute. Hi, good. How am I? I'm not too bad. I'd be doing better if I didn't have to mess around with modern industrialization, but I'm doing all right. That is a good point. You can do. I did know you could do that with it. I'm just at the minute we don't have enough lube to do that at the moment, but we will eventually. Eventually, we'll figure the rest of this stuff out. Like, it's not gonna be. Honestly, the only thing I'm struggling with modern industrialization is power management and transference of power. Because we're trying to do it with as much as possible within modern industrialization. We could very easily power everything just using our current FE power system, and it would work just fine. Yeah, I know you can, Rockstar. We already know this, but I'm trying to learn more about modern industrialization because I'm not a huge fan of it. I've spent a lot of time playing with GregTech, so I know and understand the GregTech way of doing things. Modern industrialization it's a very different approach, so I'm trying to kind of get my head around how they intend it to work. Hence not using FE for it. But I do very much just want to learn how this is going to work. And right now, it's being a pain in my ass. What have we got for power right now? We're literally just using steam turbines. For most things, we're basically just using a steam turbine. By the way, I'm just going to say this now. Don't tell me how you do it or how other people have done it. As always, I like to figure this stuff out. And I'd rather experiment and get it wrong. God damn it. Can we ban on over backseat gaming? Jesus Christ, man. Well, it's not the way it's meant to be played. It's the fact that the thing I don't like with modern industrialization is the fact that there is variable power usage. That's the thing I don't like with it. Damn it. Oh no, I didn't mean it. Come back. But no, I don't like the fact that modern industrialization has variable power usage. Because it's just a dumb way to do it. The overclocking, yeah. Like, once again, the same thing. So say we look at say steel plates, for example. if you were to do this, 2 EU per tick, right? Now, if you looked at this recipe in JEI for GregTech, you would know that on a 1 amp LV cable, assuming it's a lossless cable, you could run 16 of these machines comfortably with no problem. Whereas on a single tin cable from with modern industrialization, you could really only reliably run 4. Or is it 8? I think it might be 8. I think you can only really reliably run 8. Whatever, I think it's, is it 256? Yeah, you can only reliably run 8 of these. And that's because each of them could use anywhere between, it would actually be 80 EU per tick, because it automatically overclocks it by 4 times for the electric machines. Anywhere between 80 EU per tick and 32 EU per tick. But you don't know. You can't, unless you know for certain that that machine is going to be running 100% of the time, or you constantly feed it, or if you have the, I think it's the overdrive upgrades can keep the overclocking thing, but then it's just constantly using power. And it's just really complicated for absolutely no fucking reason. Oh no, I get that. It's nothing to do with the cables. It's the fact that it's a variable amount. It's a variable power usage. You can't say, oh, this recipe uses 8 EU per tick. I can run this amount of things on it, because it could, like I say, it could use anywhere between 8 and 32, or whatever the maximum overclock, maximum EU per tick for that current machine is, based on the upgrades you have in there. It's variable. It's not a fixed rate. You can't quantify it because it changes over time. So you have to do things really inefficiently by only having, rather than having 16 machines on one line, you could only have 8 or up to 8. It's such a weird, ridiculous way to do it, in my opinion. And coming from a background of GregTech, yeah, exactly, Freeville. It's so dumb. Well, I want to learn the mod itself. I want to get to a point where I at least understand what their intended methods are. It's really easy to cheese it in this pack, but then if you go to another pack where you don't have mechanism or any other way of powering it via FE, then you're going to have to learn this system anyway. So I may as well do it now when at least the resources are easy to come by. But it's just such a random way to do things. I never got as far as doing the Greg Star, no. I wanted to, but then I kind of lost motivation with the pack. I made it as far as, I think I'd got my first fusion reactor up and running. That was as far as I got. I've still got the world. I could technically go back to it. But I never quite got it finished. It was... Upstairs crate where pretty much everything has a static power cost. That's true. Although Create is also, we were talking about Create earlier, and the fact that it would be nice if they found some way of being able to show you exactly how many stress units a machine was going to cost. Because technically it's static once it's going, but it's still a variable usage of stress units because it's dependent on the rotation speed. So all it tells you with Create is whether it's got a low, medium, or high stress usage. But it doesn't tell you how many stress units. But obviously they don't know that because it varies based on the rotation speed. It does show you the exact number, but it doesn't show you until you've placed it down. Like, even if it just said on there, rather than saying low, medium, or high stress usage, if it said 8 times, like if it was using 8 times the rotation speed or whatever the multiplication of the rotation speed was. Even that would be better. Your airdrop is flying. I mean, they start off doing that. It does if you have the goggles, but you can't. It doesn't matter if you does it if you have the goggles on. Does it still show the 4 times or 8 times like in JEI? So if we look at the mechanical mixer, will it tell you that, or will it still say high, medium, low? Because if you have to do the whole setup before you actually know how much it's going to use, you can't plan ahead. Yes, they added creating now. Haven't had a chance to play around with it yet, but it is there. I don't know how I'm going to do this bit. Can we make the goggles? Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, that's a little better than I thought it was then. I didn't realize it did that. That is a little better than I thought it did. Than I thought it was. Yeah. So now that we don't have the goggles on, it says moderate. But with the goggles on, can we just put them on? No, it has to go in there. I think so. With that, it does show you. So it says moderate on the mixer there, and if you put the goggles on, it now shows 4 times RPM. So it didn't. How far up was it, Guitar then? Anyway, I need to figure out what I want to do with these because I want to be able to. We're going to be potentially powering more than one machine at once with this setup. About 33 block. Oh, I'm sure there was something in the patch notes about that happening like a few updates ago. And it being fixed. I might be wrong. I have a vague recollection of hearing something like that. But no, what we need to be able to do is I essentially want to see if I can make this work with the kind of my usual processing towers, where we will eventually have a machine, one of the, like I say, a mixer on each side, or whatever other machines we have, just so we can process multiple things at the same time if needed. But we also need to make sure that if we're using more than one machine at a time, they can all get powered without running out of energy. So basically, we need to be feeding in power to these, but from where, I'm not sure. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I might have to move this around a little bit. Of these running shoes. Wait, which running shoes? Oh, the in all the mods 10. Are we talking? These ones. How do I want to do this? You're a bug magnet. You do seem to be having a lot of problems with it, Guitar Lilin. No, I don't think there are any Create add-ons yet, are they? Are there? Like, Create was literally only released like a week or so ago. But I don't believe there are any of the add-ons. I could be wrong. I honestly haven't even looked yet. But no, it does just look to be the base Create. Already for 121 freefall? It's literally only been released a week. How the Jesus Christ, people work quick. Damn. This is really awkward. I'm going to have to do the same thing here with one... but I really don't want to do that. How do I want to approach this? My brain does not want to work today. I have to say, I really do not like this power system. It genuinely kind of sucks. I guess we just want to basically have like another 4 of the steam turbines power feeding into each of the battery buffers. Then hopefully that will be enough to keep everything running as long as we need to for various things. But I'm going to have to move this a little bit, I think. Oh, shit. Oh, well. But yeah, I've got to say that this really is very much like a poor knockoff of Greg Tech. I think it also bothers me that they've basically used the same textures as Greg Tech as well. I think that makes it even more kind of frustrating for me. Right. Oh man, we really need to get circuits automated. I mean, we're not too far off it at the minute, but... We're just trying to get all the bits and pieces that we need here. Great page on this Curse Forge has 75 mods for 121. I mean, I'll be surprised if there are that many that are actually available for 121 and working with 121. I would be very, very surprised. Oh, that'll do. Got done cooking tacos for dinner. But it's not even Taco Tuesday. Come on, give me my other battery. Most of them should work. Fair enough. Wait, hold on. Oh, I've already got the 4 I was intending to make. God damn it. Okay, so if we just say... that these are there. Output to that side. And then my intention, I think... hopefully... these will never be used enough to properly drain the battery buffers. They certainly won't for a little while. We do that, and we will use another interface. God damn it. Always one short. You were craving them? I mean, that's fair. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to call it a day soon. I was hoping to get this, get everything sorted out for automating, what are they called? Everything. No, automating the circuits at least. Right, those did auto-connect, right? Yeah. Are there facades for modern industrialization? Aha. Now, we obviously don't need all of this yet. But we will, hopefully, in the future. So we may as well get things set up for the future. Welcome back, Therian. There is a way to do facades. We'll look into it later. We don't need it at the minute anyway. Right, what was I even doing the mixer for? You know, I genuinely can't remember why I was doing the mixer. Oh, it was for the rubber sheets, wasn't it? That's right. That works. All right. Okay. Let's see. What else? Is there anything else we can actually do right now? We can set this up. We can set up the. Actually, we might be able to do the automation for this, right? Right now, or the all the recipes for it. So if we just do the recipe for that, we need a recipe for these, which we're going to have to. That should be fine. Recipe for capacitors. We are going to need a recipe for the gold plates as well. Steel rods we're going to need a recipe for. What else do we need? Actually, the steel rods go in here, so we're going to have to make sure that is in the right place. I'm doing all right, Therian. Slowly getting my head around modern industrialization. Oh, right, that was the plate recipe, wasn't it? Ah, we haven't got a macerator set up yet, have we?
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right, no worries, quiets. Enjoy the lurk. Right, we'll be able to do this, but we haven't got a macerator set up yet. We are going to need a macerator. Which we'll probably do tomorrow rather than today. But rest well, quiets. If we just get rid of those. Okay, so is there anything we are going to be missing? So say we wanted to order 32 of those. It's going to take a little while, but we should be able to do it. Obviously, once we can start requesting everything, we're going to be able to expand these and add additional everything, basically. No, the void cell needs to go into a storage drive. The void cell goes in a storage drive. The infinite cobble goes into the I/O port, and then basically it'll be trying to transfer everything from the infinite cobble cell to the storage drive. No, you're all good. You know I'm always happy to answer questions if I'm able to. Yeah, we definitely need to add faster processing to all this. Because especially for things like the plates are something that's going to take a while. I'm still in two minds about whether I want to... I'm still in two minds about whether I want to actually have like a compressor for each plate type, just so one doesn't get tied up, and then obviously if we're using the same compressors for all the different plate types, the overclocking is going to reset each time. But the only thing with doing it that way is that we have to, if we're using one steam turbine or whatever we're using for each machine, which is what we're doing at the moment, and probably not going to be doing that for the entire time, but as of right now, there we go. That actually wasn't too bad to do 32 of those. That could have been a whole lot worse. And then we're going to have to do... What else do we need to... Are we going to need to sort out for these? Motors are the other thing we're going to need to do. This is actually going to be pretty easy to figure out. I do want to get an assembler set up. How far are we off styrene, butadiene, rubber? Styrene, we go from ethyl benzene and steam and iron dust. Ethyl benzene. Okay, we're a little ways off this then. Although there is a bunch of stuff we can get with distillation towers. Like ethyl benzene. Not a huge amount of it, but that's from steam cracked naphtha. I'm assuming this we go through the whole oil processing line. So yeah, shale oil. Gives you sulfuric crude oil, helium, and sulfuric naphtha. Actually, it's not bad. And the shale oil we'll get from the oil drilling rigs. 4 buckets every 10 seconds. That's actually not that bad. Honestly. We're a little ways off getting any of this stuff, but that should be very much doable. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to call it there, guys. We do need food. And I also need to go and check out the updated Bleasdale map on Phasmo. Because they released that map literally like half an hour before I started my stream, so I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. And thank you for putting up with me while I try and learn this nonsense mod. It's not a nonsense mod. It's just a different way of thinking that I'm still struggling to get my head around after playing with other mods for a long time. But we'll get there. We're starting to figure it out. I'm starting to feel somewhat happier about how we're doing things, at least at the moment. I think there are going to be ways we can improve this as we go. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And we'll probably come to it tomorrow, because we will be back with more All the Mods 10 tomorrow. And thank you guys for being here. I do always appreciate it. Thank you everyone for the raids today as well. Thank you for all the follows. And just for hanging out. It's always fun having you guys here. As for me, I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully around about the same time. As always, it will be sleep dependent. But hopefully it should be around about the same time, 2 p.m. GMT. If you can stick around for a few more minutes, though, I'm going to go and see who we have that we can go and raid. I'm assuming we're going to be having Quiche. It depends if Em decides that she does actually want to order food. But we'll see. Anyway, where do we want to go? Yes, you do. I thought you might. Ooh, there's a few options today. All right, let's go and see Banana again. He's also playing All the Mods 10. Not sure what he's working on today. Oh, he's doing more modern industrialization stuff. More fun for you. But let's go and see Banana. He probably does. He probably knows this considerably better than I do. He's apparently played a few packs with modern industrialization in before, so he has at least a decent understanding of it. Anyway, guys, as for all I need you guys to do as far as the raid is concerned is copy the raid message, the /me #Chicheva raid. The end of the message that the bot is posting now. Copy that. Once we get over to Banana's chat, paste that into there along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. Show him a little bit of love. But yeah, as for me, I will hopefully be back tomorrow. And hopefully I will see you guys then. So take care of yourselves. And I'll see you all soon.